what is this, February 27th? Thank you. Meeting of the Lake Forest Historic Preservation Commission. The commission is here tonight to work together with all of you, property owners, neighbors, and architects, to continue the tradition that was established nearly 40 years ago in this community. That tradition is a review process that allows community members to work together to preserve the qualities and unique character that make Lake Forest a special community. The City of Lake Forest is committed to conducting open and democratic meetings, and to achieve that goal, meeting procedures have been adopted by the Commission. A copy of the procedures is available at the back of the room on each agenda. As always, it's the intent of the Commission to help manage the development of the growth of the City of Lake Forest with a keen sense of preserving the historic structures and open space in the city for all its present and future residents. Our goal is to move each petition before us tonight through the review process as quickly as possible while balancing the interests of the petitioners, neighboring property owners, and the larger community. So hello, and we'll start with the introduction of the commissioners.
Susan Atkinson.
John Travers.
Bill Ransom.
Kirk Parrots.
Fred Moyer.
Mary Ellen Swenson.
Jim Preschlack.
Thank you. And I don't believe we have any minutes this evening, so we're going to move right into our first petition. This is a consideration of a request for certificate of appropriateness for site and building modifications, including changes to the parking lot, driveway, lighting, landscaping, and entrance of the Church of the Holy Spirit at 400 East Westminster. I'll ask the commissioners if anyone has a conflict on this.
I do.
Okay, so we have
Chair
one
first.
conflict, so, and I see no one else. So, Jim, do you want to sit and watch or go
Yeah,
downstairs?
I'll go downstairs.
Okay,
And
thank
I guess the reason why I'm recusing myself is that I was on the vestry committee for the church up until recently, and also an active member of the church.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, if the petitioner wants to come up and explain the petition, that'd be great.
Well, good evening. We appreciate the opportunity to be here with you. I'm John Berkeley. I'm the senior warden at the church. That's our senior lay position. We're here with other members of our parish, including Jay Seidhoffen, the rector, and Marty Priest, who's the junior warden. I'm going to give a brief introduction to this project and turn it over to Dave Bianca, who will talk more about the technical specifics. First, in terms of background and intent, we view this as an important stewardship project. It's trying to take care of our property for the long term. As you know, we're a historic property, and we feel it's our responsibility to maintain it for the next generation, the next 100 years. We want to do that in a way that is right the first time, so that we don't end up looking back and saying, why didn't we do something different? And it's for that reason that we've engaged a conservation design forum, which I'll introduce in a minute. We've tried to do this project in a way that's respectful both of our space and of the community, and our priorities have been safety, beauty, and accessibility for all who choose to worship with us. Important to note that half of our parishioners are already over the age of 60. And the third key element is we've made every attempt to be transparent and collaborative, both with our neighbors as well as within the parish community. We conducted 3 town hall type meetings in June, July, and January, where we invited all of the neighbors that we thought might have an interest in this project to attend, participate, comment, and we've tried hard to listen and reflect that input in the plans that we have before you this evening. So at the end of the day, our goal is to meet some important functional needs with minimum change to the property and in a way that enlists broad support. The goals for this project, very importantly, improve accessibility, handicap parking, navigation, and safety, address some significant drainage issues, replace the obsolete parking lot, do that in a way that minimizes the loss of healthy plants, and at the same time improve environmental stewardship, all in a way that optimizes both the short-term implementation costs and the longer-term maintenance costs. You are familiar generally with the site. This portrays the key challenges that we're trying to address. The blue indicates flooding in various areas that's impinging on the building with the risk of structural damage, inadequate lighting in the parking lot and the walkways, which has resulted in a number of stumbles, trips, and falls, and a number of trees in decline that need to be replaced. This is a portrayal of the plan that we're proposing. I'll just mention the key elements and then ask Dave to go into more detail. But reconfiguration of the parking lot, basically on the same footprint, improved traffic flow, the addition of a pedestrian walkway along this side to get pedestrian traffic out of the parking lot, a modification to the entry circle with two key goals. The first and most important is removing the steps at the front and removing the curb here to provide barrier-free access. We also are modifying the footprint of the entry circle to make it easier to navigate and actually enable, parallel parking, which is the intent of that area. We think that the plan provides a number of key benefits, basically addressing the project goals. It minimizes change, as I mentioned, respects the current footprint, it maintains the architectural character of the building and the pastoral aesthetic of the grounds. We end up with full ADA access without either ramps or rails. We looked at a variety of alternatives, and in our view, this is the best to meet that very important goal. We do have some ADA designated parking now, but it in fact does not comply with the current regulations, and more importantly, with the intent of the ADA requirements. We improve traffic flow, parking, and access for larger vehicles, improve the pathways, wayfinding, pedestrian safety. Very importantly, improve the site damage, drainage, and water management, and in part by incorporating bioretention in the landscape and the use of low input, low water use plantings. The plan will enhance the turf and trees, and the lighting plan will improve the lighting quality without visible glare and with full cutoff fixtures. We have some important elements of this plan yet to be finalized. We hope tonight to gain your approval to move ahead with the broad strokes of the plan, specifically the key functional aspects that we've just gone over briefly. Our goal is to be able to do the construction this summer. This parking lot particularly has needed to be rebuilt for a number of years. It's been deferred. The summer is not only important from a construction standpoint, but that's the low season from the utilization of our space, so that would be the ideal time. So we hope that we can stay on track toward that, and obviously the input of this commission is an important part of that. Dave will talk more about this in a minute. This simply portrays the current footprint and the proposed footprint. You'll see the main differences here, where we do add some hardscape to accommodate the ADA elements that I mentioned. That's offset by a significant increase in the green space between the arches of the driveway. The front entrance is an important element of this plan. We believe that this accomplishes the goal of access with minimum change. This is a portrayal, a picture of the current state. The proposal would essentially elevate the pitch of this entry patio to eliminate the steps and curbs I mentioned. As you can see, it's subtle, but significant from an access standpoint. To accomplish that, you can see the current grade and the proposed grade. This is an elevation of about 18 inches. So, actually quite a subtle change with an important benefit. As I mentioned, we do have some key pending issues, a final lighting plan and a final landscape plan, as well as paver selection. Our intent is to complete these in a way that we think is consistent with the philosophy of the commission and the heritage of our property. We need to provide safe lighting for the walkways, using fixtures that are inobtrusive, but at the same time functional in terms of their weather resistance, and the fact that we do use our front yard for a variety of activities, so we can't have people running into fixtures. Facilitating snow removal out of the parking lot has certain implications for the kinds of fixtures along that walkway, but we want to balance the fixture aesthetics, the number of fixtures, the light intensity, the light color, and the impact on neighbors in a way that accomplishes these goals. Also, our intention is to develop a lighting plan that takes into account that the property is not always used at night, and so we don't necessarily have to have the same lights all the time. The landscape plan is also to be finalized. The intent is to maintain the pastoral and traditional look and feel of the property. We're talking about a sustainable site plan and the water management and so forth. Some people interpret that as, you know, prairies and so forth. That's not the intention. And finally, paver selection Dave will talk about. The intention is to draw colors from the structure, stone, differentiate the usage areas, facilitate the traffic flow and parking, but keep it simple. You know, we view this as, you know, something that we want to be functional. It's the stone and so forth is not a decorative accessory. So hope to not get too complicated with the final layout. At the end of the day, we want something traditional, tasteful, and functional. Turn it over to Dave Yaka, who is a principal with Conservation Design Forum. As you may know, CDF is the premier firm of its type in the Midwest and one of the premier firms nationally, known for their landscaping, engineering, and design work. And so, you know, we're very pleased to have had their collaboration in this project and look forward to your input. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I will complete our brief presentation and then, of course, be eager to answer your questions. But I wanted to just touch on a couple of things that John has already mentioned and give you a little bit more sense of the background behind the design decisions that we're putting forward to you tonight. And the first thing I would say is that we have, through this process, which has been nearly 9 months now that we've been working on this plan. And one of the reasons why is because we take a comprehensive approach. We knew there were a number of issues. We wanted to make sure that we would address all of the issues with this major capital improvement. And it is a major capital improvement and one that we're planning to last 50 years and longer. And actually bringing the site to a level that is commensurate with the beauty and the authenticity of the existing church structure. It has gone through, as you know, change. All of that change to the structure, at least from the standpoint of compatibility with the original structure, has been, you know, very close attention to quality and detail has been made. That's not been the case with some of the site elements, so we're looking to bring those in compliance. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about the layout and where we are proposing pavement, and then just briefly on flood attenuation, and then lighting material from landscape, which, as John has already told you, are still in process. So with regards to the layout, again, and we considered a number of alternatives, and back to the priorities of A, working generally within the footprint of the existing pavement, and therefore within the footprint of the existing green space. And there's a little bit of change, but it's fairly small, and we believe that once completed, that if you didn't know the site before, that it would seem as if it were always this way. And that's sort of our overall overarching thought process. The pavement itself, one of the goals was to maintain the current number of spaces, roughly. This is a few more spaces, but to make it easier and more convenient for disabled and elderly to access the church. So we have in excess of the number of accessible parking stalls that we would normally need. And one of the reasons why is because there are really two parts of the church. It functions as two buildings, but they're connected. The sanctuary and worship space is at the east end, and then the classrooms, the meeting rooms, and all the other activities more towards the west end. There are two primary entrances. We need to have accessible access to both of those. Right now, there's very free access here, but as John said, not here. So the reconfiguration of the parking lot puts 4 accessible spaces closest to the door, and also one up here in an area that's currently paved with concrete. And then, as John mentioned, an improved circulation that allows for, in the time between services, people to come and leave more easily than they do now. And that brings a point about a little bit about the aisleway geometry. This, I'll use this one to exhibit. This is very similar. The one off of Westminster is very similar to the way it is now. Slight adjustment coming here. We're looking at and proposing a bit of a widening to the access out to Wisconsin, but we know that there is sensitivity to the aesthetics of that and how it looks and works. This is showing it wide. Right now, it's at about 16 feet or 15 feet wide, and it's not wide enough, and because of the angle and the width, it's not wide enough for a car to leave and arrive at the same time. And so that's something that we were hoping to address here, both from the standpoint of the operations of and activities of the church, but also from a city emergency access and service access standpoint. But that is something that we were looking for guidance from city staff on as part of the review process of the site plan. But that is what we're currently indicating here. The rest of the parking lot is fairly straightforward. We are removing some trees that are in islands here. Many of those trees are dead or diseased. It would need to be removed anyways. There's one significant tree that will be removed, which is in this little cutout here. It's a 21-inch red oak that has a large hollow in it and may not be too long for us anyways, but otherwise the trees are smaller and let's say less desirable species. And our plan is to replace with the shade trees and much better root zone and growing conditions to allow them to thrive for much longer. And then over at the main entrance, John already talked about the reconfiguration of the alignment of the circle. And we again explored a number of different alternatives here to address both accessibility and coming in with a car or dropping someone off or all the different uses that circle has. And the geometry that you see in yellow here is too tight of a radius. It's not what you would normally put in as a radius, even for even for an access like this. And it's got parking on the outside curb. And so many people have complained that it's difficult to parallel park there, especially when other cars are there. If there's nobody there, then you can kind of pull up and pick your spot. But once there are other cars there, it's difficult. And as John said, the accessible spaces that are marked that way are not accessible. They have greater than the allowed pitch, and there's a curb next to them. So all of those things we're looking to address by softening the curve and making it a little smoother, keeping generally the same width of pavement. So we were trying to be very sensitive to keeping as close to as possible the same amount of paved surface, but just a different geometry. This maintains the same 7 spaces that are there today, but makes them, like I said, more functional and more usable. And then a drop-off zone where there will be no parking right at the front door. We explored a number of options for accessibility in addition to the one that we're proposing here, which is to raise the grade and eliminate the steps, including ramps. We looked at a number of ramp options, and all of them involved in some way either modifying the facade of the building or placing railings in front of the facade of the building and having switchbacks for a path of arrival that was not the same as the path of arrival for those with mobility, which goes against the spirit of the whole approach to barrier-free access. So we explored a number of those, and none of them met those conditions. And that's when we looked at it. It's really not that much of a grade difference between the sidewalk at Westminster and the front door. If you just draw a straight line there, it's actually an accessible path. So that got us thinking, well, if we just raise the driveway up a little bit and then level it off at the top, we can achieve all the things and blend it into the grades in a way that, like I said, when we're done, will look like it's the way that it's been. These are just some rough sketches that indicate some of the ramp studies that we looked at and we didn't find acceptable. But I wanted to mention briefly about lighting. We know that lighting and landscape are things that are very visible and as John said, are still a work in process here. This is a diagram showing the existing lighting, and these are all overhead poles with shoebox fixtures, 16 or 17 foot mounting height, and you can see here in the parking lot. There's some shorter versions that are along the platform, but just a few. And there are a number of places that are too dark to see, especially when there's not a night sky, and cloudy, and so we want to address that. The idea for the lighting is a couple of things, and John already covered some of the philosophy behind it. It's to provide a higher quality, more visible lighting, but to minimize any off-site visibility of that lighting. In other words, light trespass, and to have fixtures that are compatible with or supportive of the character of the neighborhood and the church. And so what we're looking at is a wider distribution, basically more poles at a lower mounting height, which will get us a more even distribution of light throughout the parking lot and the whole west side. We've looked at an alternative for the east side because we don't feel that that's the right approach for that. It would be something we didn't feel was compatible. So we looked at some different options for that. But the architecture of the poles, basically the style we're looking at, is inspired by the streetlights. So a concrete pole with included taper and this style of luminaire. That's what we have currently selected, and what was in the submission. This is showing the distribution of those lights in the parking lot. This circle just is to show the location of light. It does not indicate the throw of light off of that light. It's more of a diagram. And we would put cutoff optics on the property line so that there would be direction of light away from the property line and not coming down across the property line where we have these poles nearby. We are proposing to relocate the location of the two city streetlights because they fall in the middle of the relocated drive-bys. So one is here and one is here on Wisconsin. And then this is the fixture that we had proposed in an effort to be compatible with the existing streetlights, but a smaller size, lower mounting height, and greater distribution. It is we're looking at using an LED luminaire as opposed to some of the other types of light sources because it is a much more efficient, durable, long-lasting, and fixture and light sources is also a better quality of light. And color rendition is something that contributes to visibility. We have much lower light levels with better color rendition and still improve our visibility. And so that's part of the plan also. Now, the part of it that we had several concepts, and one of which we submitted to look at pathway lighting that didn't have the overhead pole, so that we wouldn't have those structures out in this part of the property. And we looked at lower mounting height, basically bollard height, and then ground mounted lights. And I think what we have submitted is ground mounted lights, and there are attributes and concerns about each of those. The pathway mounted lights, the lowest, would light the pathway surface itself, but not anything above. And so that's something that we wanted to explore. We're also sensitive to and concerned about the appearance of the nightscape and having it with our light distribution not look appropriate for the setting. And so brightness is part of that, as well as the number of lights and distribution. So that's why we're not presenting a final concept on that portion, because we don't feel we've gotten to the final answer there. And then I'll just mention briefly about landscape. As part of our submission, we did some renderings that indicated the before and after of different views showing the proposed pavement options. And as part of those illustrations, we included some landscape. We also have a preliminary landscape plan that at the moment delineates areas that would be remain or return to turf, our tree distribution and location for shade trees. We're also replacing some of the dead and dying trees that are in the front lawn. The idea being that we'd build succession into that tree lawn so that we would have shade trees over time. And we want to stagger the installation of those so that it's not just one year's crop of trees and that's it for the next 50 years. We want to have it be more of a natural tree canopy and build on those there. But the lower plantings are still in a state of discussion. We have indicated at the entrances and in concert with our rain gardens, and this is part of our water management strategy, is in addition to permeable pavement in the paved surfaces, we're using bioretention, which is underlaid with porous material that would also contribute to infiltrating rainwater and addressing our flooding issues. Now, we have some flexibility in terms of the plantings we put in that in those rain gardens, and it could range anything from turf to ornamental perennials and shrubs. Our concept is that it would be a very organized garden type of landscape, and that means that we would have a certain plant palette both for foundation plants as well as for beds, and that is something that is still being worked on.
Okay.
That's where we stand at the moment.
All right. Can I, I'm sorry,
No, that's I think all I had to
okay,
share with you.
perfect. I'm sure it's a exhaustive proposal, so I'm sure we have lots of questions. So let's move to our staff report and see what staff has to say, then we'll go.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. Given the length of the presentation, I will try and keep my comments short and just identify some key issues. There are obviously various components to the project that's presented to you this evening. So let me talk about those in pieces. The changes to the main parking lot, the footprint remains the same. The reconfiguration of the drive aisles, the parking spaces, and the landscape islands have all been reviewed by our city arborist, preliminarily by our city engineers. That component of the project really is the least historic portion of the site, and the changes proposed there seem to be appropriate, seem to be consistent with the goals of the church, and do not seem to have any type of a negative impact on the neighborhood. That's the paving itself. So the main parking lot is a piece of the project that right now city staff is comfortable with recommending approval of. We would like your input on the hardscape proposed. As presented, it appears that the drive aisles are a different color of material than the parking spaces themselves. The overall lighting on the site, I think you heard that the lighting is something that is still being reconsidered. Obviously, lighting levels, number of lights, types of lights, intensity of light, that all is critical to this site. Not only is it within the historic district, but it is bordered on all sides by residential development. So we encourage the commission to provide some thoughts and inputs on lights. Certainly the current shoebox lights that are located in the parking lot are nothing significant. Replacement of those is not a concern, other than those lights do direct light downward and shield the source of the light. What's proposed is lighting generally consistent with our street lights, although the number of lights in the parking lot and the exposure of the source of the light may be something that you want to consider. The widening of the drive onto Wisconsin Avenue, that entrance to the church has always been a concern, an area of awareness for neighbors in that area. residential driveways at the maximum are allowed to be 16 feet in width. What's proposed, I believe, gets larger than that. This is really intended only as a secondary access point during times of heavy activity of the church. Other times, in the past, at times it has been chained off to really limit any cut-through or use on a daily basis. So staff does raise the concern about widening that driveway too much could really change the residential character of that street. Moving to the east side of the site, the east side of the site is the more historically significant portion of the site. And changes to the front entrance, certainly the goal of achieving accessibility to the church is very important. I know you saw one brief sketch of an alternative study. This is a change that, in staff's opinion, really does merit some further study. Changing that entrance and essentially bringing the vision, the perspective of the church down to a point level with the driveway does reduce the verticality, the vertical appearance of that church. The seating walls proposed on either side of that entrance further seem to settle that entrance into the ground and could perhaps make it less of a dominant entrance when viewed from the Westminster streetscape. So again, your input on that is requested. We did provide a couple options for action in your packet. One would be to go ahead and grant a certificate of appropriateness for changes and repairs and resurfacing to the main parking lot itself, while holding the other items over, the lighting, and particularly the proposed modifications to the front entrance, to allow the commission to provide direction, to allow some further study and refinement of those areas. Alternatively, you could provide direction and continue the whole petition. We do want to be sensitive to the church's interest in moving forward with this project this summer, so that's why we offered those two options. Finally, just note that you did receive a number of letters and emails, both some in your packet that were distributed as part of your packet last week and some earlier this evening. Those letters both support and raise concerns about the project. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. All right, do we have any questions from the commissioners, comments for either the city staff or for the petitioner?
I have a question.
Go for it.
Okay, great. And so this would be addressed to the petitioner. And this relates to their lighting plan, which is an exhibit which was attached to our materials. And I was wondering if you could tell me whether this indicates that the amount of light being dispersed from the site up into the sky and beyond the boundaries of the site is being dramatically reduced by the modern lighting that you intend to introduce. And if so, if you could tell me where it shows that.
The photometric plan that we submitted only indicates the light levels at the pavement level, at the pavement elevation with the proposed lighting plan. We do not have a photometric plan for the existing conditions, so we couldn't contrast the two. I would say that there's not a lot of light trespass from the current condition or light going up because of the type of
Right,
fixture.
the shoebox.
Right. What we have are less distributed lights. So we have hot spots underneath the lights and then areas that are dark. And so that would be the primary difference.
So under the current lighting plan, will fugitive emissions, if you will, of light be reduced dramatically or not?
If what will be
That is, the dispersion of light up into the sky and, pardon me, and beyond the boundaries of the property.
There won't. It will be minimal light beyond the property. It's at very low levels, and it is less than what the code is. I can't recall off the top of my head what the code is, but we looked at that. But there's, with the proposed plan, very little light at all is perceptible from off. I mean, you will be able to see the fixtures when they're on, but not lighting up adjacent properties or going up. Now, there's some reflectivity off of the pavement, but not from the light fixtures.
I have a question regarding that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that there were 11 light poles. There are 11 light bulbs now, and you're attempting to increase it to 20 in the main parking lot. That seems like a significant increase.
Well, number-wise, it is, and like I said, the reason is that we're looking to lower the light level to get a better distribution of light, which means we need to have more fixtures at a lower mounting height. So that's really the difference.
What setting are you going to put the LED lights on? What color? What light? White, blue, a yellowish tone?
It's a yellowish tone that will be not the same color as the current street lights, but less white and more muted than a lot of the LED lights that you see that are bright white.
Can we ask staff, is there a precedent on lighting per square foot in a parking lot in a residential area? Is there anything that we can sort of gauge this by or have any?
The city doesn't have any photometric standards. What we do know is that the community is a very dark community. And not only the impact, the light actually falling on neighboring properties, but the hot spot, so to speak, or the visibility of lights. Our lighting guidelines do speak to fixtures on private property that actually conceal the source of the light and really direct it downward. So although we don't have any specific numbers, this community is really darker than most. So lighting is a real sensitive issue, especially in the historic district and in a residential neighborhood.
And, and I'm glad you brought that up because that's something that struck me, just the number of lights that are distributed there, even if there is not spillage of lights much beyond the property, the fact that when you look out, you see all these hot spots out there. And, I live in Whispering Oaks, and so I can see over in Fort Sheridan, I can see those glaring lights through the woods in the winter and stuff. And I'm not getting any light spilled into my backyard from those lights, but I'm seeing those glaring spots all over the place. And I would think that would be a really, really big concern to the neighbors in this residential area. And it's a concern of mine. And I appreciate what you're trying to do as to match these to a style that's already exists in the city. But I think a bigger concern is to find something that would cut down on those glaring spots, either by cutting the number. Certainly, I think cutting the number is something that needs to be looked at, but something that shields those glaring spots just from the neighbors. It just seems like an awfully big increase to me, even if there is not spillage off, of those lights into other areas.
One thing I can say is, and I know it's hard to tell from the photograph of the light standard, but there are optics within the luminaire that shield the light source. So the light will be illuminated, but not that it's shielded and softened to some degree. So yes, you will be able to see it, but it's not a glare. It's not a bright glare. And I know I'm trying to describe something that's hard to see because it's visual, but there's been a lot of progress on light standards, and one of the reasons for the distribution of light is that we can have lower wattage and a lower output per pole, and then have it more evenly distributed. So that's
yeah. And I can understand what you're saying. However, once those are up and illuminated, there's it's to reel that back in is going to be very difficult. So I think further study needs to be done as far as what type of lighting, how those are gonna be shielded from the residents, you know, and the number of lightings. You know, other board members may disagree with me, but that's what I think, there needs to be more development on the lighting aspects of it.
Have you looked at other styles of lights that might direct the lighting down, like Kathy suggested?
Let's beat this up a little bit, because
Okay.
I think lighting is, there is in the submittals, there's a Steinberg fixture, it's a 8.5 by 11 cut sheet, and it answers some of the questions. I think the intention is good, I'm not sure it gets us there, but it looks like the way that this fixture is built, the LED fixture is mounted in the top, in the crown of the light, if you will, and so it's not apparent from horizontal, you would be above the crown, so that's how it achieves the downward cast of the light fixture. What is the lens of this is an 8-sided lens, it says, or 8-sided cage. Is there a lens in there, and is that a clear or a plastic lens, or do you know?
I can't recall the material of the.
But you would expect it to have some kind of a lens, it's not open to this light, right?
It's not open and it's not clear. It's
Probably a frosted
it's-
glass or
right.
something like that along that lines. So, can you compare this 1.5-foot candles average parking lot? I think it said 1.5-foot candle. Yeah, this is 1.3 foot candles is the average parking lighting illumination level. To put, can you put that in perspective? Like, how does that compare to a shopping center parking lot?
It's a fraction. You'll get hotspots of 30.
I only say that partially in jest because I don't think it's a fraction. I think it's, you know, like 2.5 would be,
Yeah, but what about what they have to do?
but, I mean, I think that's information that is really relevant, you know, because we need to kind of feel like we understand the level of this lighting. And it looks like, you know, you've identified the issues, which is good. We're glad to see that, and we're happy to see that you're, you know, picking a fixture that you at least are, you know, is appealing to you aesthetically and thinking about the right issues. I think we're just not quite sure we understand, that we're convinced that you're there, but please help us. Yeah, go ahead.
It's now time for the amateur architect.
That's why we're here.
Correct me, but I think that the standard in a commercial shopping center parking lot is 1 to 1.5, and these are 0.3.
This is 1.3. That's what, 1.3 is what's on this page.
Well, in some would be higher than that, and by the light fixture would be as much as 5.
And the other point is that we can certainly do some more work with the fixtures, and we can even go back to shoebox. What we were trying to do with this Sternberg is respect the aesthetics and take advantage of, you know, contemporary technology. As you pointed out, you know, it looks like you're going to see a light bulb inside there, but in fact the light is up and it is cast down and so forth. So, you know, we can put one up and see what it looks like or whatever.
Yeah,
but
would be a good idea.
you know, I think that this is a case maybe where looks are a little deceiving.
I think that's the only way we're going to find out is if we have a mock-up of it.
Yeah, I was going to suggest either to have a test put on a temporary basis or visit one that's already installed somewhere else that would have the same characteristics and level of illumination that could be toured, if you will, nearby, presumably.
Or if I could mention something, you know, it's not as if the dark skies movement is something new. There are standards out there. And just as you talk about the Americans with Disabilities Act as the standard which you're trying to achieve in terms of access, what standard are you measuring yourself by in terms of you know, illumination? Illumination as it affects people on the site, illumination as it affects people off the site.
It's now time for me to sit back down.
Touche. All right. Well, the only way we'll get through this is if we kind of stick to the issues. So let's stick on lighting for one more minute and see if we can just, you know, really wring it out. Can you just tell us about how the lighting, maybe you should come back up for this one, how it's used? Is it always on? Is it on once in a while? Is it on a timer? Because I think that's kind of an important aspect of how this lighting works too. Maybe, so we made you sit down, but now you're the only one who knows the answer to this.
And just as part of your answer, if you could talk about how late church activities or other activities go on there and, you know, how late.
Yeah, that helps us understand the use of the whole parking lot.
Well, it varies, of course, day by day.
Sure.
And I think that this is another area where we have an opportunity to take advantage of technology that's not currently in place. You know, today, we basically have on and off. And, you know, we, you know, could program these, you know, for different, you know, day parts, different nights, depending on the activity and so forth. That's what I referred to by the light plan, so that, you know, we can have it when we need it and not have it when we
Currently, do they operate on just a set schedule in the current?
Some of them, like the shoebox, are on all the time.
All the time.
I mean, I'm not up in the middle of the night, but they're up when they're on when I go to bed and they're.
I'm sorry, can you introduce yourself for our studio audience at home?
I'm Jay Seibach, I'm rector, and I just
Thank you.
appreciate your attentiveness to this, to our concern. And there's certain lights in the parking lot. I live across the parking lot in the rectory, that little black thing down there. And
Could you use the microphone, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks.
So the lights in the parking lot, I think, are on most of the time. The lights in the front entrance are come off and on a schedule that varies depending on the light of the season. What other lights are there? I don't know. That's basically it. But I think the lights in the parking lot are on most of the time, if not all the time. What I experienced when I walked from my office to the rectory, and you know, I've been doing this for 9 years, and I still sometimes stumble in the darkness in this parking lot that needs to be repaired and has great holes of darkness, which is why we're adding these lights. So it's really, to me, it's about a safety issue for me, but it's also about our many parishioners who have complained over the years about great pockets of absolute darkness. As you say, the community is dark. So we're very interested in respecting the community, including my own residents, from glaring light. But the reason why we're adding is because there are pockets in this parking lot of just absolute darkness that are not safe. So.
Thanks. All right. Any other lighting issues? Do you want to try to stick to the west side for a moment and see if we can get through the west side? Does that make sense to do? Why don't we do that? How about other question? Maybe you could tell us just about the paving again. Is it two different kinds of paving or two different colors of paving?
Well, I actually didn't expand at all on the thought behind the paving materials.
Okay.
And if I could just take a couple minutes,
Sure.
I can explain it a little bit more. First, as has been already mentioned, we're proposing permeable interlocking unit pavers, concrete unit pavers, as a paving material, paving system actually, for all of our surfaces. And this is part of our water management, as well as it's a material that we found to be durable and well suited to our wintertime issues and so forth. So that's, and then in terms of the design, the layout, and the color selection, as John already mentioned, the approach for the color selection is to be complementary to and diminutive to the colors of the church. And that's primarily the limestone stone walls, but we also get some other color variations in the slate roof. And then elsewhere on site, the only material that isn't poured concrete or asphalt now, which are more contemporary materials, is the bluestone patio in Mary's Garden on the north side of the church. And so we've looked at a variety of options for both the vehicular pavement and the pedestrian pavement, and have come to a type of product that it's a unit paver of a very traditional shape, which I have an example of one here. This is a product that has these little tabs built into it that then allow them to be set close together, but still with a gap, and that gap is filled with granite chips, and that allows the water to percolate. They can be set, and we're proposing a herringbone pattern, so kind of like traditional bricks, but a slightly different shape. And then in terms of finish, this is actually one of the colors that we're looking at. It's a light a tan color that is closely matches some of the hues in the stone of the church. And then we're looking at contrasting banding with another color and texture so that we don't need to have a painted surface. And so this is the one we're looking at there. The idea for differentiation between the drive lanes and the parking lanes was one to help to break down the scale of the pavement and to make it more visible for those negotiating the parking lot and to see where the parking spaces were and the drive lanes. And one of the reasons why we've talked about that and we're considering it here is because the parking lot geometry and configuration is different than what parishioners are used to today. And to have it be more intuitive so that we can minimize the need for directional signage and other kinds of things. So that's the philosophy behind it. And then, so we're indicating here two different color pavements. What we're thinking is slightly different hues, or actually you can have the same color with a different finish that is a slight variation, but one that's very subtle. And so that's where we're at now. We've actually had about a pallet and a half of material set up on site last week, and we've been looking at that and adding to it, and now it's covered with snow, so we can't show it to you. But honing in on those color choices.
So pedestrian walks would remain as concrete?
No.
Oh.
We are proposing unit pavers.
Okay. Sorry.
Like this, but with a contrasting color and texture than the vehicular paver.
Okay, so we would see the paver walks, and then in the parking lot, is there any asphalt paving, or is it all this paver? So it's all this pavers and a herringbone design of some kind, and then.
And then the striping will be cut in.
Got it.
Into that.
I just so I understand, the pavers are gonna be in all areas, but in the pedestrian walkway, they're gonna be a slightly different hue from what's in the parking lot. And then the parking spaces are gonna be a different hue than what's in the drive-through spaces, is that? So we're talking about like 3 different?
Correct.
Okay, and you're going to then also paint the handicap spots and inline the parking spaces on top of that, am I?
We'll use a contrasting color and surface for the striping and for the designation of the handicap accessible spaces.
Oh, so it wouldn't be painted, it would be pavered.
All pavers.
Oh.
With the herringbone pattern through the drive-through, but not through the parking spaces.
Right.
You know, I just have a concern about the different colors you're using. I understand that, and it's pretty innovative, but right now you just have a solid color for a parking lot, and because of that, it kind of fades into the background. And so then you notice the church more. It's more dominant. With introducing all these new colors, it's going to make that huge space a lot more visible, I think, and you might detract a little bit from what you want to be the dominant. Just a thought.
And we're frankly concerned about that too, and after we've had the color mock-up last week, we're considering just having one color in the parking lot and then a contrasting color and texture. So it's actually not as much color variation as texture. And one of the things that these pavers come with a top course that is more resilient. It's about 3/8 of an inch, and that top course can be embedded with, as this one is, granite chips, and to create a different color texture. There's a number of different ways. So we're looking at that as an approach, so that it's just a different, slightly different finish, but one that is still complementary.
And is the pedestrian walkway at the same level as the parking lot? And what's the curb around the parking lot going to be?
There is a curb around.
Is that concrete?
Yes, a poured concrete curb.
Okay.
Raised curb around the perimeter of the parking lot and around the islands. We're proposing no barrier along this drop-off lane up to about here, and then transitioning to.
I'm sorry,
to the
what,
curb.
no barrier or low?
No barrier curb.
No barrier.
So that it's
very accessible.
smooth.
I understand that, and that's one of my concerns about the circular drive of, you know, I'm just wondering from a safety feature, I understand what you're trying to achieve aesthetically, but from a safety feature, whether that's something that, you know, needs to be looked at further. You know, you get that drive-through and pedestrians and, you know, with no barrier between the pedestrians and those people who are driving, both at the entrance and along that pedestrian walkway. That's a bit of a concern. So I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I understood the question, but.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand my question sometime also, so don't.
In this area, you have a drive lane and a parking lane,
Mm-hmm.
and then the sidewalk. So there would be, you know, quite a bit of space between where we hope cars are and where pedestrians should.
Yeah, but you also have people trying to parallel park there and pedestrians walking through there, and there's actually no barrier between, at least the way I understand, between that walk entrance. It's all on the same level and there's no barrier. So, I mean, it isn't like you're jumping a curb, you can just drive straight onto there, and it's just a. Pardon?
You're right.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a safety concern, and I don't know if I overthink that or if anybody else has any thoughts on that, but.
No, I think that's a good point. You know, that makes me think of what they did at Deer Path in the back parking lot, is they raised the walkway significantly because they had that issue. I don't know if you've been back there lately, but the walkways are really raised now. And if you think about the front of Lake Forest High School, where the driveway is the same level as the sidewalk, people are pulling right up onto that sidewalk.
I know
So
you want
get that.
ADA accessible, obviously.
Right, but they did solve that safety issue by raising the sidewalk up.
Okay,
Good
so,
trade-off.
Right.
One of the things that we did not mention that bears to your point is, you know, this is actually intended as a drop-off lane, you know, with the sidewalk here to get, you know, pedestrian traffic, particularly children who come to the preschool and for church school and so forth, out of the parking lot. And, you know, so we have tried to improve safety in that respect.
yeah, I think Bill's point is that, and let's just focus on the left side for a minute. To the extent that you have, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 cars on that right side that are pulling over to let a kid out to go to school and then pulling away to run off. A curb along that between the side, the pedestrian walk and the parking, which would be kind of a conventional design, at least keeps the car from driving up on the sidewalk. As opposed to, you know, no barrier between, which, you know, and frankly, I think that the difference between the two kinds of paving is quite subtle, so I'm not really concerned about the colors myself, but that subtlety works against you in this kind of instance, because to a guy driving, especially, you know, on a day like today, good luck finding the edge of the pavement and the edge of the sidewalk, right? So it helps define that zone where cars belong and where people don't, and where people belong and cars don't. And then when you get to the corner where you really do need an accessible kind of entrance so that someone in a wheelchair can get out and have a little bit more, you know, leisurely way to get in, that's where you want to do that. It's as close as possible to the building. But what you don't have there is you don't have a way for people to go around that car. Well, maybe there is enough room there and it's hard to tell at the scale, but you want to make sure at least you thought that through and you can accommodate the guy that's got to get out of a wheelchair, because he needs more room to the right of his vehicle. He can't, you know, and so maybe it works for that instance. So again, you're thinking about the right issues, and we're just, you know, kind of challenging you and seeing if we think that you've come up with good solutions. But so we've talked about the lighting, talked about the paving a little bit. The staff has told us about the entrance off of Wisconsin. I think that we would all echo our kind of concerns that remain a kind of a residential feeling entrance. And I don't know if there's other alternatives to, you know, if putting an island in and separating it in and out makes that better or worse. Maybe it makes it worse. Maybe it makes
Yeah,
it
probably
feel bigger,
I
you know?
don't think it makes it worse.
Yeah.
I just, you know, it seems like,
Yeah.
you know, having that type of width is
Right.
unnecessary at that portion of the lot, you
Yeah.
know?
Well, I'm a little
I-
also concerned about, did you have any plans for landscaping that entrance? Because as you drive by it, it looks a little tired right now, which is not really friendly to your neighbors. So I know you have extensive landscape plans for all the rest of the property. What about that western
Well,
entrance?
that would be completely redone,
Mhm.
and it's at the same stage as the rest of the plan.
Yeah, because I think the intent is to make it look like a driveway, right? And you used to keep the chain across it. Would you have intentions to keep that chain still across there and not use it as much? I think that was a comment we received from a neighbor, that the original agreement was the chain would stay across that and and used just for really, you know, like really busy days like Easter or Christmas. So just wondering if you're still.
That's not really the case today.
Right, but just wondering if you had plans to keep that chain up there.
I don't think that
We didn't have plans for that,
It hasn't really been discussed one way or the other.
Okay. It was just a concern that a neighbor brought up.
Our sense is that it's rarely, that may have been a practice at one point,
but she hasn't really considered.
well, you don't consider anything.
The new parking configuration looks much more functional. And can you explain to me, can you explain to me the new preschool traffic drop-off pattern? The cars enter on Westminster and they travel north, and the kids get dropped off where?
The cars line up along in this sort of brown lane is the drop-off lane. And they line up here, and the children come in and out along the sidewalk, taking out the cars.
Where's the
So-
preschool entrance? Is it just right there? Okay.
And through the door on the far west end of the building, which is another reason why, you know, that Wisconsin, entrance and exit is used.
So the preschoolers walk that whole way by themselves into the west entrance from the bottom of that long sidewalk?
Or moms would drop them off.
And then they walk by themselves up
Well,
there?
They're actually, help me out here, but I think that there are basically two drop-off areas, One is back here by this door,
Right.
and the other is where Dave was talking about, through this door. And then, the preschool itself is back, in this area.
So but if you're dropping off a child at the north entrance, if you will, the northwest entrance, really it's encouraging you to exit on that Wisconsin Avenue because it's kind of a difficult maneuver to turn
Sure.
around, right? Do people, just in your everyday use, is that a little bottleneck there? Do people do they enter on Wisconsin Avenue and then try to drop students off on the wrong side, or is most of it come from Westminster?
We have our preschool director.
We're indicating no for the record, right?
Melissa?
Come on up and please use the microphone. I try not to yell at everybody about it, but I seldom get to yell at a preschool director.
I want to clarify a couple of things.
Sure.
Most recently, currently, we require parents to walk the children in. Previous years, we've had drop off and pick up at the circle, which is the concrete,
Yes.
that main entrance.
Yeah.
I alleviated that due to the safety issues
Yeah.
in the parking lot. So that's been a complaint of parents. Now, as far as the current site proposal, that might, I haven't looked at that, but I would like to reconsider offering at least one-way drop-off and pickup, because
Yeah.
it is a complaint for children
Yeah.
with babies.
So you can see where I was kind of mentally, I was trying to decide if going out to Wisconsin should be an exit only, because it just alleviates a lot of constraint. Now, you know, I don't necessarily want to impose it, but
Most-
maybe that's something that you guys would think about as you operate it, but.
Most of my parents, and again, I haven't been out there to visually see that. In the past, and I would say the present, most of my parents turn around and go back out.
Westminster.
Westminster, yeah.
Interesting.
There are few that use that Wisconsin entrance, and I would say that they're mainly using it to leave.
Yeah.
Can I ask you how many you're having dropped off every morning?
50,
50?
anywhere between 40 and 50.
Yeah, that's helpful to know.
That's a
Okay,
lot.
thank you.
I have another issue on, if, please.
I just said the other drop-off issue is on Sunday when we do have kids
Few
who
more.
pull, yeah, right.
Right.
Pull up and, you know, just jump out of the car, or a choir rehearsal on a Wednesday afternoon. So there are times when parents are really, you know, the preschool right now, the kids are accompanied in, but there are a lot of other sort
You
of
know,
drop-off.
Sure.
My intuition on the Wisconsin exit is to try to keep that as a diminutive exit, but not necessarily try to legislate that as a one-way in or out, because I think that over the years, your use will change. You know, you'll continue to find better ways or different ways, and so, you know, you're after the same issue we are, which is usually safety and congestion, and trying not to make that, you know, you'll solve a lot of those problems by yourself, so. I think that's, you know, personally, I don't have a big a problem with that, but I would rather not see the Wisconsin exit made overly large. You know. It's just a comment.
Yeah, I agree with you. I have another question about, since we're still on the west side.
Yeah, we're-
You know, my understanding is you're moving where the trash receptacle is going. Can you show me from where it's, I think I know, but if you could show me on this, where it was and where it's moving to?
Trash receptacle today is in this spot right here, next to the garage. It's shown right here. So it's right here, and there is a stockade fence around the
Right,
sides of it.
okay.
It's open to the north. And what we're proposing is this location here. And one of the reasons is because it's the end of the drive aisle. It will be much easier for the truck to pick it up, not have to jockey around to get at it. There, it'll be much quicker and easier to come straight at it, remove, and
I gotta ask you, has anybody talked to your neighbor to the north about that trash receptacle being moved right there? I would certainly think that would be a concern for
I
them.
know that she was at one of our town hall meetings, and they did talk about it. I think that was the one before the last one. I don't know if there's been any further dialogue since.
Is there any alternates to moving that next to the property line of your neighbor?
Well, this area really is the business side of the service area of the church. And we don't have vehicular access and, you know, and a place to bring trash out to that's, you know, that's anywhere over here. So, and anywhere along this line, you know, where it is now or anywhere else, is requiring that additional movement, and pretty much the spot where it is the only spot that isn't currently occupied by another structure.
This is a garage right
No. Still. So the purpose of moving it is to add a few more parking spaces, is that
No,
the purpose? Okay, go ahead.
The purpose is to have it be a more efficient location that works better from the standpoint of both access from the building to place trash in it, but also
Can you
for
tell
the
me
service.
specifically what problems you're currently experiencing because of the location that it's in right now?
Well, like I said, it takes a lot of jockeying of the truck to get aligned with the dumpster. That's basically, the truck can't get perpendicular to that.
And how often does the truck come out?
once a week.
Is there anything else besides the jacking of the truck that, with its current location, that I should consider?
Well,
Use parking spaces, we have to block them off.
If you could come up to the microphone. So.
I'm Mike Cully from the property committee.
Thanks,
And,
Mike.
what we have to do is actually put cones out on the day of pickup, block off about 2 spaces so the truck can do all this maneuvering and back and forth, and so we lose parking, and then we have to go out, pick the cones back up. So we're just trying to really simplify that whole process. It's a lot of wear and tear on the property, the parking lot as well, but it really requires someone to be there, because if we don't block it off, people will park there, and then we can't get the garbage picked up.
What time is your pickup?
Thank you.
I think it's around 10 o'clock, something like that.
Sometime late morning.
Yeah, late morning.
I can add that staff did look at the location of the trash.
Uh-huh.
And where it's located right now, our view is that it's probably more visible from the neighbor's home, like from the second floor of the home. And the proposed location is back near the neighbor's garage. So it does seem to be screened, because that was our initial concern too. So it does seem to be tucked in, out of view, and away from the home itself.
Was there any consideration to making the enclosure make it more fully enclosed? Is that something that, if it's gonna move over to that side? I mean, was there any alternatives looked at?
The proposed enclosure, I think just from a visual and massing standpoint, we were concerned about the massiveness of the gates, which face south.
Right.
But are you suggesting like some kind of a cover or an enclosure?
Half cover, slate cover, I don't know, I've never designed one, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Know what
Didn't
might be
consider that,
appropriate.
no.
The current, type is where they come in and lift it up and
They throw it over the back.
Well, what about, did you ever consider some screening on that side from the neighbors? Just maybe some, some arborvitae or something, just to screen the site and the smell from that? I mean, that might be an easy solution. Yeah.
Junipers out there, so nice fragrant
To mask it.
cedar there. Okay, I don't think I have any other questions on the west.
I'm afraid I actually
Go
have one more
please,
issue on the
please,
west
let's
end,
get-
and I'll try
let's
and go
go.
fast. And just by way of background, I should mention that the last meeting, the Lake Forest Preservation Foundation came out and gave us a wonderful presentation on fences in Lake Forest, which now has me driving around all the time looking at fences. And I noted in the materials we received relative to this petition that you propose to dismantle an existing stockade fence and then reuse that material on new footings. And partly I was impacted by the fact that it was pretty clear from the graphic presentation last meeting that stockade fences aren't always the best fences. And then I also noted the materials given by the city that Lake Forest design standards discourage use of stockade fencing. And so my question to you was, have you considered utilizing either some other fencing material, or apparently what's preferred by most people, if whenever possible, natural plantings to form a hedge or hedge-like demarcation?
And
Yes.
if you, yeah, nice. And if you wouldn't mind, just when you start, could you just point out where
Yes.
the fencing exists today and what changes you would make? So,
So the fence that we're talking about is basically on 3 sides of the rector's residence here. And the reason why they need to be relocated is the edge of the parking lot is shifting a few feet south, and that fence is right up against the line now. So we need to shift this line a little bit south. And then, right now, the footprint of the fence swings out in a curve like this and comes right next to the drive. So we're suggesting setting it back from the drive a little bit so that it's not right up there next to the drive. So that's the reason for the realignment. We have looked at and considered and would like to do a new fence, or actually around the whole property. There's various pieces of stockade fence around the entire property, and as part of the larger master plan that we're looking at, that's a little bit longer term. That's definitely one of the priorities in that plan. It is not currently part of the scope of this phase.
So the only part of the fence that you're relocating is that southern portion of that parking lot along, and as you described, where the curb is. And
Right.
going west, so go to the west of that, all the way to the west of the parking lot, along the west edge of the parking lot. Is there a fence along there?
Yes.
And is that a stockade fence?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
The stockade fence is all along,
It's big.
all
Yeah.
along this line.
Okay.
And your intent, just to make sure, your intention is to keep that or improve on it, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you consider screening for that side too? I mean, it's kind of spotty in there in terms of landscaping. And you can see some of those houses now that all the trees are, bare, but just wondering if you would be a little bit more sensitive to your neighbors and maybe create some more vegetation along that side for screening.
We're looking at that now, and part of it is the detail of this zone, and it's part of our water management plan. And one of the issues that we have is sheet flow across those yards onto our property. And that is contributing to some of the ponding and problematic flooding that we have here. So we're looking to intercept that sheet flow with a narrow gravel trench that's along the backside of the curb, so that working, what we're looking at is incorporating shade trees along that line, so we get some taller screening over time, as well as some other vegetation, and whether that's vining structures or something else. The shrub border, there may be places where we have room for a suitable shrub border, but our current conditions, there's not enough light to get down to actually have it thrive at least along this edge. But we're looking at the vegetation part and want to get vegetative screening.
So Kathy, I have a couple of technical questions for you. The first is, I assume that any plans for the west parking lot to be improved would incorporate storm drainage as part of your engineering review, normal stuff. Wouldn't have a detention requirement for that I'm aware of.
Correct, because the impervious surface is not significantly changing.
Right. So where they show bioretention islands, those aren't necessarily an engineering-driven requirement of the city. And that's something that you would work with them on specific design of to see if they need to be utilized for water or not.
Yes.
Yes.
As well as the base under the unit pavers.
Right. Likewise, the way the petition is put before us this evening, I think I understand that the petitioner, at least on this portion of it, is seeking an approval without the landscape plan being completed and to come to us at a different time with the landscape plan. Is that correct? That's correct. And so the question I have for you is, in terms of permitting for the work, if this is approved tonight, that allows them to go ahead and continue their planning process. But before anything is started, does the landscape plan required to be developed and come back to us, or how does the timing for that work?
You could capture that in your condition, but if you wanted to allow them to move forward with the reconfiguration of the west parking lot, you could grant that approval, and you could specify that the landscape plan needs to come back within 60 days or prior to the issuance of a permit for the work, or at a later date.
Well, we're probably not too worried about them running away on us, but I think that we just, have an expectation that it would come back to us, and we'd have a chance to see that. So I think that actually I have to decide whether or not I want to talk about the east side now, or if I want to ask for public comment on just the west side. I think we might as well just do it all. Let's go talk about the east side, if you will. So comments and questions from the commissioners on the east side to either the staff or the petitioner. And I'm sorry, folks who are the next agenda item, you got the bad luck of the draw tonight.
I have one more question about the pavers.
Go for it.
Near the main entrance. Are you planning on heating them so you can press the button and not have to shovel snow? As long as you're going through all this trouble?
Well, we are looking at the.
It's okay to say no, too.
Well, it's actually an excellent point, and we're looking at snow and ice melt system for some of the pedestrian pavement, and seeing if that would be feasible. But not
It's kind of a
all
fun
of
thing,
them.
as long as you're tearing it all up and putting pavers down.
Yes.
You know, I was wondering if you could put up the view of the two entries next to each other.
There you go.
Before and the
Good place
proposed.
to start.
Yeah.
Because I think this was a dramatic difference. I just wanted to ask you about. You had a
So that's a new
side-by-side
hall.
view, didn't you? There's one
We
in
have
our
a
packet.
side-by-side
Okay, because I
view,
just
but-
wanted to, when I saw them next to each other, and I think Kathy touched on this point, I understand the ramp, it is necessary. I get the challenges on how you have to do that, but the effect, I think, on this front entryway is that when you put a ramp in there and you take away the stairs, it looks more like an auxiliary kind of, it doesn't look like the front entry anymore. It looks, just like a side entrance. And especially with that breadth of hardscape too. So I'm just wondering, I know you went quickly through your alternatives, but was there, what was your second best alternative to preserving the stairs and ramps on the side? I know so many churches have struggled with this, but I think this just makes it look like another side entrance. So just wondering how you can keep that formality and provide some ramps.
Well, we struggle with that.
I bet.
And in all honesty, there was not a second best. This is the only alternative that we've been able to come up with that addresses accessibility and provides a barrier-free access that is compatible with a non-barrier-free access, as well as not having any railings or let's say architectural embellishments or significantly impacting. I mean, we looked at bringing ramps around the sides, but that would need to add openings where they don't exist today, or other kinds of things.
Well, maybe it would help me if I saw one of the alternatives, just so we can understand what you went through when you were
Could-
I
just, since we're talking about alternatives, I just want to ask you if you considered alternatives that would kind of mask what you're doing, either by using darker pavers towards the entrance, so you continue to at least have, the sense of height that you may be losing, or, doing some type of trick like that, of landscaping, so, you continue on with at least a sense of height, even if it's actually lost. So I'm.
And I just, that reminds me of one other question. Isn't traditional church architecture, don't you have to be 3 to 5 steps above to the ground? Isn't that a traditional stipulation in church architecture? Just like you have the cross and you face east? Isn't that part of the?
I missed that class in seminary.
Well, but I think
Old
that's what it
Testament.
is.
I've never heard that that's true.
I think that's true, and I think that's why you're facing east, because that's church architecture, you have a cross. I mean, there's whole specifications to reason why they do that.
Could well be. I just want to make a couple of comments while Dave was looking for the other slide. We agree with you that aesthetically the steps are a nicer treatment. Fundamentally what it comes down to in our view is, the priority between having the look that we would like and having the accessibility that we feel is part of our call. And the second piece is that, although you don't see it on this picture, to the right, can we go back just a minute, Dave? At the end of this sidewalk to the right, you may recall, is an emergency exit from the south transept of the sanctuary. Today, there are 4 steps coming down from the landing outside that door. So that's not an accessible egress either. This would make the exit from that emergency door at the same level as the sidewalk. So that's another important accessibility issue that we haven't talked about.
Something that might help would be eliminating this new seat wall to the east. Don't know what the purpose of the addition of that is. And that's, to me, making, you're raising up your eye, and you're kind of, shrinking those Gothic arches even more by putting that little bench there to the right. What's the purpose of that?
Well, the purpose of it is to provide an edge restraint against a grade change that will be from this surface about 2 feet down into this little pocket. So the grade of this little pocket is about 2 feet lower than the threshold.
Because you've
of the edges.
raised the sidewalk up, right?
Exactly.
Mhm.
And so this, rather than having a railing along there and wanting to have seating, right now there's a little bench that's tucked back in this corner, but it's not accessible. And a lot of times this access is used by people who need a breath of air that are, not feeling so well. And so this is to provide that respite in that space and create a low edge along that grade change. Now,
Could you push it back a little bit farther and then put a row of bushes in front of it to hide it?
well, there's a grade change from the walkway here down to grade.
Oh.
So, but we could handle it in different ways. I mean, it doesn't need to be what we're showing here. This was a plan that evolved after a number of.
We want to keep
repairs.
the perceived height of those doorways, the arches, as tall as possible, and that just kind of, makes them look like they're sinking.
Fred, you have a comment for us?
Well, yes, could you go back to your sketch?
The alternatives.
Possibly the sketch of the alternative with the ramping?
Just one other comment.
Right.
This look of the main entrance would match the current west entrance, so there would be some symmetry that we don't currently have now.
Well, yeah, I have to say, there's much that I think is really very nice about what is overall being proposed. I won't go into that because that's been touched on. We're on the step issue right now. And that's the part I find that is least successful. In fact, I think it's detrimental to the character of the building. And I don't think there's a solution by using darker paving or a different low wall or some bushes. I think the solution is to keep the steps. Now, you have to attain handicap accessibility, recognize that. And that's why I wanted to see your sketch. I was looking for, in the materials, a way to actually study that problem before you put your sketch up there. I identified this as something that I think needs to be explored, namely how else could accessibility be accomplished without raising the elevation of the front of the building, essentially. And really, I think in the section through the property, it will change the view of the building from the cars, from the street. You will have raised the base for the building, if you will. The building will be essentially lower for the view, and the really wonderful character that is there now. This is the most visible piece of the building, unless we're driving by on Westminster. You have the opening that is there because of the circle drive and this pedestrian access. You see this right full face, and I think it's a very important view. Statement of entry is a very important view in any building, particularly a church. So, so that's why I wanted to see. Can you see Can we see the upper part of your ramping? It appeared you've got the distances to get the 1 in 12 slope needed for ADA. I don't frankly see a problem with that. In terms of meeting ADA requirements.
Well, this ramp would require additional rail out in front of the church here, and putting new entrances in here where they don't exist now. So it's a significant alteration to this west wall of the vestibule.
Good.
And then it also.
Dave, could you just orient us? What are we looking at?
Sure. Here is the portico, the entrance of the church. The two archways are here, and this is the plaza in front, and the drop-off circle is down here. And so this is the main entrance, and this is over up to the west of that main entrance, coming out the side with a ramp up in this corner. We take out one of our more significant trees in this corner, and like I said, have to do a significant alteration to this stone facade. And then it would also, to get an accessible entrance to this, in addition to that, would require something like this with a series of switchbacks to get to this elevation. And so this, that's showing relative grade, relative to the existing grade in the building here.
Well, it seems to me you may not have arrived to the final solution, but it's going in a better direction than raising the front of the building, elevation of the grade and losing the steps and the character of the building.
We felt that these elements were much more visually intrusive to the facade of the building than raising the grade at the steps.
I think it depends on how it's done.
So is the idea that the primary handicapped access would be off of this circle as opposed to from the main parking lot?
Well, as I was mentioning before, there's really two entrances, in all effect, two buildings, because the west entrance here comes through all the classrooms and meeting rooms, and the vestibule is here.
Right.
And the distance from the front door to the closest handicap accessible parking space in our new plan is about 270 feet.
Mm.
So it's significantly longer than you would plan for. And so it's in a number of people that have been part of our process have complained that this walk is really not suitable for many of the parishioners and visitors and guests to the church. So that's why this is such a priority.
That's certainly a knotty problem. Tell you what, why don't we, unless there's more questions or comments, I'm sure we have some more discussions, but let's ask if there's folks who have public comments for us. So this is the opportunity for the public, if they have any comments for us on this petition, to come on up and tell us what you would like to. Is there any public testimony? If please come on up and introduce yourself. Use the microphone, if you will. I'm not sure which microphone we got working. Is it the far one or the middle one? Both. Okay, you have your choice. So.
Hi, I'm Maggie Coleman. I live at 461 East Westminster, right across the street. You have at least 2 communications from me in your packets, I think. One going back to July after the first meeting I attended, and the one recently. I don't think the neighbors received a full packet, but I did request one, so I did receive one. You've addressed a lot of my concerns, and I think you're considering continuing discussion of them. Lighting is a huge issue. No matter how you shield or what you do, from where we are, you see every source of light. You know, it may not be flaring at you, but you can see them. So when you add, you know, when you go up to 20 from what you have now, that's significant. I think instead of getting into all the details, which you're pretty much covering, I just want to say that the church is historic. It's the east end that was the most historic part. The neighborhood is historic. Both are designated as such. There are alternative ADA standards for historic sites in historic neighborhoods. And what they say is that you provide handicap accessibility. You don't have to make it the front entrance. Now, I understand that that's the most desirable thing to do, but as you stated, the integrity of the church is going to really be compromised. By adding the circle, as it's shown there, you add 34% more paving to that circle. And I just feel you're going to lose the integrity of the church when you could put handicap spots very close to the west end. Enter that way where there already is easy, I think there's easy ramping. If you're going to go to all this expense, repurpose a room, a small room, as a welcoming spot at that end, a hospitality room or something, where you have a chance for community outreach, and that is that maybe your teen group helps people with special needs. they're covering a short distance, and then they're undercover to go down to the church. It's a longer distance, but you're in the building, and you might provide a group who would meet you on for special events. So to me, there are alternatives, and they don't necessarily involve the front entrance at all. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Come on up and that's all right, we got time for everybody.
I'm Catherine Morris. I sent you a letter, which unfortunately came probably today. I'm a neighbor. We've lived next to right on Church Road, which is just around the corner, for 38 years. We have done renovation in the we actually won an award for preservation, so I feel I can talk about preservation. As a neighbor, this doesn't affect us a lot because we don't see it other than a citizen driving down Westminster Road. This particular road is one of the major arteries in Lake Forest, and it really belongs to everybody. And if you begin to really change this openness and this simplicity of what it is, I worry that you're going to lose something for the whole community. I think that the lighting is so important, especially to the neighbors who are on the opposite side of the road. If you go down that road, you'll see that they are much higher than the church. There's a ridge there, and those houses look down on the church. So any lighting that you do is really much more, if you just look at it as you drive down, you'll see how important the lighting is going to be to those neighbors that are much higher. And the other part of it is that you have to really understand that Green Bay Road is up quite high. And if you think about it as you drive down Westminster, you'll understand that it plateaus right at the church. And Church Road and the church, where there's a lot of water there. And so you really have to pay a lot of attention to the geographic area as you move through. If just driving down, see how you're driving down and see how it plateaus at the church. And you'll understand why there's a lot of water there. And at one point when we moved here 38 years ago, Mr. Heinze, who lived behind us, told us that there was actually a pond that he used to skate as a child that is right at this area because it pools from the runoff. So I just, this is all part of learning about when you're dealing with improvements and renovations and things, how careful you have to be about what you're doing. So I just, and I'm really in favor of redoing the parking lot. I know it has to be redone, but please, please watch the lighting. I don't think you should put any lighting in there until you've actually seen the light. Go somewhere where it is, look at it at night, make sure that it really is what you think you're going to get, because even if it is appropriate light posts for the architecture, it could really impact the community, and the downlighting is really a much more effective way to go, even though it isn't as aesthetically. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll get to you.
Hi, this
Hi.
is quite a group. Thank you for your attention. I'm Mimi Merle, and I have been a member of the church for the last 30 years, and so I have seen my children grow up there, and I've been active in the church. When I say active, I've been really part of the congregation. I haven't been passing by in a car. I haven't been just dropping my kids off for confirmation. I've been in there using the church and seeing it be a living organism in this town. I get emotional because it is such an important part of the fabric of this community. It's not just about a building, it's about a living, breathing representation of faith and stewardship. And what you're seeing at the West End is a sense of welcome. It is a sense of making that accessible. 50% of our parishioners are over 60 years of age. And you're telling me that they're going to take we're going to have some kind of special group that's going to meet them at the end and wheel them down to the other end every time they want to come to the church? I don't think so. I think you really have to think about this as people, not just a building. And you need to see the way the second alternative to the ramps is far more destructive to the internal space and integrity of what it would be like to come into that church. If you come into the main nave, you have two entrances, it's like a cheese factory. I mean, it just would remove the sense of welcome and arrival and intimacy and really sacredness of that space. Think about the sacredness of welcome, stewardship, and people. People. That's important. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Art, you're going to be next.
Oh, no.
That's all right.
I'm Julie Prieb, and I've lived here since 1955. And I have been a member of the church for 58 years. I feel very strongly that the architecture of the church is very important. I feel that steps are very important. There could be other ways of handling it with railings. There's only 2 railings on each side. There could be 1 in the middle, or 2 in the middle, and 1 in the middle. I mean, there could be a way that a person who's handicapped could go up those stairs. I had a operation 2 years ago, and I used one of those not a walker, it's a scooter. And I used the handicapped access for 3 months. And of course, it was not probably as much as a lot of other people would have used it, but anyway, it was very successful using the handicap access that we do have. I think if we could work this out without destroying the architecturalness of the church, because it is a beautiful church, and we shouldn't have it destroyed by a ramp type look coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Art, if you're going to sit in the back, Art, you're going to have to walk up. He keeps raising his hand, but that's okay. Sorry.
My name is Robin Zabrowski. I'm a member of Church of the Holy Spirit. I live at 1291 North Green Bay Road in Lake Forest. I would just like to comment on the accessibility for our elderly. I actually would invite you to come with me some Sunday when I'm bringing my mother to church. It takes no less than 25 minutes to go from the west entrance to the sanctuary. Get her inside, go to church, another 25 minutes. Our community is inviting, nurturing, and serving. It doesn't matter if you're 2 or 92, you should be able to get in and out of the church. To be able to drop her off in front, to let her go inside, feel a part of the community, and not be exhausted when she gets inside, is a big part of why we need that front entrance. I think the circle actually becomes very gracious. And quite frankly, the elevation is not much different than it is right now. The circle does go up if you see it. We're in a situation where she can't do steps. So she can't do 1 step or 2 steps. I mean, it takes myself and my husband to get her up 2 steps. Is that fair? Is that right? No. So I implore you to think about those elderly people, those young children in our parish that are in wheelchairs, can't walk. Let them get into the church the front way. Let them be welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this mic working? No.
It is, just a little bit lower.
Arthur Miller, 169 Wildwood Road, member of the Presbyterian Church, not maybe as long as some people, but 40 years. I'm a newcomer. So the Presbyterian Church, not to get into a high church, low church issue, Barchester Towers about this, but there is a very similar situation at the Presbyterian Church, which is built in the same kinds of time. A couple of historical facts. First off, The church was built at the east end here in 1902 by Alfred Granger, who did this building, did the railroad station, several things in Lake Forest, at the college, several buildings. So he's very much part of our community fabric. Alice Moulton Ely is telling me that the addition to the church to the west, the first one, was in 1963. So it is just now become historic. But it wasn't that whole extension. It's only by parts. Probably if they were doing it today and they were going to do the whole thing, they would probably make some division a little bit more between the old part of the church and the new part of the church. Maybe just have a one-story bridge between the two of them. But that main church isn't segregated off. There will be a negative impact on the historic character of that church if you raise that up and you don't figure out a way to manage that change of grade. I don't know if color will do it, if there's some way that you could have a terrace there that would somehow allow that to, but you'd still have the effect of then the steps at the end of the terrace. But lowering, in effect what you're doing is you're lowering that part of the building by bringing up that thing there. And so what you end up with is a very long structure that's kind of grown over time, but it is a problem for, and this is an historic district, for one of our most historic community buildings. Presbyterian Church has dealt with similar issues. Diana Melkar in the back has worked on the entrance to that. We use a west entrance for the handicapped accessible from the west side. From the north side, people can use an elevator inside the building. There is no handicapped accessible right at the front door entrance. I haven't clocked the time right after the service of how long it takes you to get from the sanctuary, that similar 270 feet distance to out of the building from that handicapped access. But I think it would be the same problem after a service. And so I guess it's time to have community time and talk to people, but there may be ways of addressing this. It was said earlier there is no alternative. There are alternatives. One alternative is to do nothing, but that's not what people want. If they can't think of it, maybe bring in some other people who would assist the company with getting some alternative views, but there must be another way. I can picture other ways that could be done that would be perhaps successful, but there is another church a few blocks away that manages this without handicapped accessibility right at the entrance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, thanks for the comments on that. And now is the opportunity for deliberations for us. And of course, you can feel free to ask any more questions if you want. I think I'm feeling pretty solid sense that folks, at least on the east portion of this, would prefer to see some further study. I'd like to talk about it just a little bit. First of all, this is an important project. We appreciate how much work has gone into this, and we hope that you don't feel like we nitpick you. You are fortunate you don't have a gable or a dormer like that. Dormers are our hardest things. But we care about it and we take it seriously, and we're trying to do our best to balance our judgment. So for myself, I think that the west side, obviously we didn't talk about landscaping. We need to talk about landscaping, and we probably should give a few comments about that in the deliberations if we could. Lighting on the west side, I think we need to see more on lighting, and I would encourage you to maybe we could see that at the same time as the landscaping. I don't know if you can wait that long, but you might think about zones of illumination. Maybe some of the lights are on all of the time. Maybe the main drive aisle is brighter than the other areas. I don't know. I don't have the answers to it. We don't really design very well on the fly up here. So, but I think that 1.5 foot candle parking lot on a kind of a rigid kind of uniform basis would be, I don't think you'd be happy with that actually. So I would challenge you to find some 1.5 foot candle parking lot and go experience it. Your lighting guy can come in and measure your existing foot candles for you if you want. It's a very simple thing to do, and he could kind of give you some feel for where you're at now. It seems like you might have the right fixture, you might not, I don't know, but I think that we would challenge you to at least provide us some more information on that. On the east side, I like Art's comment about the terrace. If you were to bring the paving at the front of the doors, I don't know if you can imagine this, but out so that it could engage the sidewalk from either side, and then the stairs could exist in front of that. You might preserve the same look. It might not work, but it might work. But there's something unsatisfying about the solution in terms of the visual, and it's pretty hard for us to not challenge you to think about that a little bit more before we just roll over on that one, because it's such an important structure. The other thing about the curve of the existing, the new semicircle drop-off, if you will, the combination of the sidewalk and the paving together without a curb seem to make that really feel broad to me, even though there might not be very much different paving. And I don't know if that's because just the way that the drawing is displaying that, or if having a curb would actually help that to break up the field of it. Or maybe you want to actually have some grass in between. I don't know, but somehow it feels much broader today in the drawing, the rendering, if you will, than it's a much more modest entry today than in the drawing. So I think both of those are a little discouraging to see, although we understand that the use is important and solving it is important, and we would just challenge you, I think, to think about that a little differently. One thing that might work, again, not trying to design it, but instead of trying to have all of these switchback ramps, maybe you could just do a parallel sidewalk to that sidewalk that runs from the front door to the west. Inboard of that comes to a different door that's just one long, ramp. I don't know. There seems like there's some alternatives that, So I don't know if we have other deliberations, comments, or guidance from staff members.
I think what I
or,
just wanted to say
commissioners.
before is if you try to remember that front entry as your front door, and you would want to define it as, and what we're kind of talking about is the formality is defined there with those steps somehow. So it's an important element to your church that you really want to maintain. You don't want to lose that, because the features that you're adding are making it look really contemporary. So I just, reflect on that a little bit more. There's got to be another solution out there. It's hard doing this. It's not easy, but sometimes when we go through these really deliberate deliberations, we find a solution that works for everyone better. So I thank you for your patience and just listening to us through this. I just want to mention, I still am a little troubled by the colored brick, the many different colors on the parking lot, because I'm just afraid that it's going to be so dominant on this property, that's all you're going to see. So I'm just wondering, I know you can't do a mock-up because it's paving, but maybe if we have more of a 3D color rendering, that maybe, I don't know how you do that, but I'm just wondering about that.
That's a concern of mine also. I was a little bit more alleviated when the petitioner said that, it isn't so much different colors, but different hues and different textures. But, if you make a decision, it'd certainly be nice to see the three different pavers that you're proposing to use. That makes our job much easier, because it is a concern. Certainly, the way it looks here on this rendering, it's a stark contrast, and you probably didn't mean to present it to us like that, but it was presented, and so it has now raised a concern, I think, with Susan and I, and maybe some other commissioners. And so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get that.
That's okay. No. And the other thing I just wanted to emphasize again was the Wisconsin entrance, that you really maintain that residential character and maintain the driveway width. Look at your landscape plan again. You'll probably end up bringing that back. But just, it needs to be a little friendlier in its approach. It kind of looks really tired there, and you want to, improve the neighborhood streetscape there. What else? Oh, screening on the west side. I know you're going to leave the fence, but maybe some additional screening in your landscape plan just to shield the neighbors from the parking lot, but also from the lighting. What else? Let's see. And so far, I think that's it.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll make a few comments.
Nope, that's what we're here
And perhaps just to give a slightly different take. When I've reviewed the city code, they always emphasize the importance of functionality in the work that we do. And for a church, functionality is a little bit different perhaps than we might think of it in our everyday life. And it's hard for me to imagine a church not being willing to run the risk of looking a little smaller or less grand so that the parishioners can walk into church side by side together. And that's my primary takeaway. My other takeaway is that the lighting is critically important and should be presented, I think, to the commission in a way that allows us to assess what's been done and the design principles behind what's been done. For example, I'm not at all sure that an important design principle in your lighting plan is minimizing impact on illumination of the sky, of the night sky. And so that's, I just mentioned that to you also. And then finally, on the stockade fence issue, though that hasn't been taken up by my fellow commissioners, I do mention that there was a very excellent presentation made by the Preservation Foundation, Lake Forest Preservation Foundation, on Lake Forest fence practices. I've been trying to get a copy of it. I would urge you to get a copy of it because it really at least opened my eyes to the impact that our fence practices have on our experience of not just our historic districts, but the entire city. Thank you.
I completely agree. I really respect your handicapped accessibility needs and wants and the issue, and I think that's paramount to anything visual in this case, as it is a church. My only issue is the lighting. You know, I think that if that's looked at seriously and taken into consideration, that's my only sticking point, I think.
I've made most of my comments, and you probably know where I'm coming from my questioning and my earlier comments. So I would just say this, you know, I think there is a balance to be struck between handicap accessibility and keeping the historic nature, including the height of, you know, the perceived height of the church. I think that there's probably a solution out there for it that we haven't seen yet. So I would ask, that, you study it further. I don't think anybody is unsympathetic to, making this more handicap accessible. My, father who had ALS, spent many years in a wheelchair and a scooter, and so I do have a deep appreciation for people who have family members who may have a disability, but I don't think we've reached the solution yet. I also think that many of the elements are really good, and you're probably much closer than maybe our comments up here make you feel as you leave here tonight. But I think, the reconfiguration of the west side parking lot, the different paver ideas, I think a lot of these things are small tweaks. Final thing I would say, and I said I was going to keep it short, and now I haven't. The final thing I would say is that if you can, point us to somewhere where there is existing lighting that you're proposing, it'd be a huge help to us to be able to see that in its environment, or even if you have to go so far as to make a mock-up.
So the other thing about that I would just kind of point out, and which I think and maybe you guys are picking up on this and maybe you're not, but and it may not actually exist this way, it might just be my memory of it, but when I think about this site, I think about this parking lot with a lot of trees around it, and the trees kind of somehow baffle the light that's there, at least in the summertime, if not in the wintertime. And then there's this broad expanse of lawn that, that kind of frames this big entrance. And frankly, I don't know if that's just my memory or if that's really what happens. So it seems like that's what happens, but it seems like in this plan that canopy goes largely away and we're left with, you know, fairly small trees. I don't know if it's even inch for inch replacement in this case. It's not, or we don't know because we haven't seen it.
We don't have that detail yet.
Right, so, but, you know, that exacerbates the potential for the light problem for this to feel more like this parking lot in the middle of a residential community than it does today. So be sensitive to that, I think, would be helpful. And Fred, I think you started to talk and.
Well, most everything has been talked about, but let me just add, I'm sensitive to the concerns that have been expressed about illumination and the, but I think that can be pursued to a successful outcome, but it needs to be. And it may be the visiting of another parking lot that has the type of lighting that's being proposed, to actually experience it at night and see what it feels like, or a test on the site. But the downlighting part, the LED part, the character of the pictures, I think all are excellent. So now it's just a question of what kind of result do we actually get with the number and in the installation and given the context with neighbors, and that's successful. I think the entry drive, the circular drive, is an improvement, not the elevation of it, but the configuration of it. I think that it's simplified, it's more functional, it's going to give you closer parking, handicap parking closer to the entrance that you don't have today, and it's an enhancement to have that configuration of the altered loop drive. So I'm very much in favor of that. But again, not the elevation of it. I think there can be an alternative found. I'm not in the view that, by the way, you should forget accessibility for the character of the building. I think you can have both. I really do. I think there's more than one way to do it. The west side, in terms of the pavement and the distinction in pavers, I think overall it's a great direction of what you're doing. Is so far ahead of an asphalt parking lot, way ahead. The character of the parking, that the pedestrian environment there is going to be so much enhanced. But I agree with the comments that we don't really have enough information yet in terms of color, I was going to suggest that you bring some examples just before two units were raised. I thought, great, we got a couple units, but we don't have enough really to get a feeling for what it would be like. But projecting, whether it's herringbone or stack bond or whatever, it's going to have and one may turn out to be a better result than the other, but either one is way ahead of an asphalt parking lot. So I really commend that direction that you've embarked upon.
I like the idea of the curb within the circle, separating the driving space. I know that I often like a curb when I'm parking, just the feel of a curb, like, ooh, I've gone too far. That might be nice, just to aid in parking. I would consider that.
Any other comments? Looks like you have a comment. I'll entertain that.
No, I just wanted to thank you for your time. You've been very generous this evening. We appreciate it very much.
So can I ask a process question for you? We're kind of at a point where I could either ask for a motion to just table this, the entire presentation. I could ask for some progress on the west side, which I'm sure would come with some conditions for a resubmittal with at least lighting and probably more details on the paving and perhaps other conditions that the folks might. Is that helpful at all to partially process this, or would you rather
We'll take whatever we can get.
Okay.
Well, and it is very helpful to us because one of the things that we're doing in order to keep on track with our construction schedule, which is the window of time we have when it's least used, is to work further with staff on some of the engineering details. So
Sure.
we'd like to
Okay.
proceed with those things if
Fine.
things that work pretty well.
I just wanted to assure you that, as I hope we've demonstrated throughout, we're really trying to do the right thing. We reached out at our initiative to the neighbors, invited them to the 3 town halls that I mentioned, purely with the intent of doing something that meets everybody's wants and needs. There's no one that cares more about this property or to whom it's more important than us. So we look forward to working with you to a successful conclusion.
Great, well, thanks for
Thank
that.
you.
All right, well, let's see if we can attend to the business at hand. I'm wondering if there's some motion somewhere out there that would capture the spirit of what we've been talking about, and maybe we should talk about that a little bit. Is there areas of the west lot that people feel comfortable with or not?
Well, I think that configuration, but for the Wisconsin Street, exit is something that, we have a agreement on. But then there's other elements of, including, whether there's gonna be a curb or not, what the pavers are gonna look like, certainly the lighting, landscaping. Have I missed anything?
I think almost if you look at city staff's recommendation, option 1, it incorporates pretty much where we wound up on this. So that would have us...
That would have been helpful.
So that would have us looking at granting a certificate of appropriateness for alterations in the main parking lot, including the internal reconfiguration, the hardscape, the trash enclosure, the pedestrian walkway, and landscaping subject to conditions which say they need a final landscape plan. The width of the driveway onto Wisconsin is going to be kept to the minimum. Lighting will be subject to further commission review and approval. Then with respect to the east side, as we're calling it, it calls for continuation of consideration of the proposed modifications to the grading of the Circle Drive.
Any other comments to that, Susan?
I just think that, because I just think there's a few issues out there we haven't quite resolved, and we don't want to approve. I mean, I think the shape is fine, but in terms of the pavers and the curbing and some other issues we have outstanding
So
there.
you would add to this list that the staff drew up a final configuration of the curbing and the pattern and colors
Color of the
paving.
pavers, yeah. I'm just afraid if we go ahead and approve it, we're not,
Yeah.
we don't know what it's going to look like.
That's
really,
fair. Any other comments, Fred, or no? All right, well, you see Bill scribbling notes. You want to give a shot to that one?
I'm trying to see what's... Okay. I would recommend, or I would move for recommending to granting a certificate of appropriateness as outlined in the staff report, option number 1, with the 3 conditions set forth there, and adding a 4th condition that the curbing, paver, pattern, color, texture, be subject to further review, subject to the commission's further review and approval, and the second part, continuing consideration of the proposed modifications, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Does the staff understand the motion? Do you guys understand the motion? I think
Yeah,
that's
maybe I need
been-
to repeat
It's
it.
option 1 with color and curb.
Option 1 and just adding
In
color.
order to move forward with the engineering drawings, I think the curbing, I think, is very important. I think you raised a really good point, and we do need to check with our engineering staff, because we actually believe some type of a barrier is required from a safety perspective. That's the reason why at the intersections you have the truncated dome requirements and the panel of the sidewalk that does not have curbing. So I think the curbing is a key issue that we need to resolve.
So let me ask the commissioners, if the city staff is comfortable with the final resolution of the curbing, could we live with that? Or do you want?
Certainly.
Yes?
But then you still
Well,
have
doesn't that play into them disability
I'm hearing we need to see that.
access and...
So I tell you,
What would the resolution of the curbing
Yeah.
be?
Did I not add the curbing into my recommendation?
I think at this point, I think we have good direction. I think we actually may be able to make more progress if you simply continue it and we work diligently with the petitioners to address these various issues.
We certainly don't want to
I think
make
you're
it
trying to break too many pieces
worse by our
apart.
motion.
That's our recommendation.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
all right, well, based on that recommendation, I think the good news is you've got a pretty solid feel for where we are on the project. We would encourage you to continue, and I think that, mostly on the west side, what we're seeing is the nuance of lighting and paving and, some curbing issues and that kind of thing. So I'm sure you'll work that out and I would encourage you to work that out with the staff so that they can come in and support that for us. I think that'll go a long way to help us. I'll ask for a motion to continue the entire petition.
I move we move to continue the project to let the petitioner address the issues we've presented here.
So the motion's been made by Commissioner Atkinson. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Moyer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, so, sorry, not as much progress as you'd liked on that, but it's a great project, and we look forward to seeing some more alternatives on the east side. Hopefully you can get back in front of us next month. Thank you. All right, so that's a long one. Does anybody need a quick break? We have to wait for Jim to come back up.
Hey, here, I'm
I'll take a break.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and, if you need to, go ahead and I'll introduce the next one. We'll wait for the place to clear. Our next petition is for consideration of a request for certificate of appropriateness for facade alterations at 780 Barbary Lane. So if you want to come on up and set that up, we'll reconvene as quickly as we get settled.
I was gonna do it till.
So I never tried driving around. I never really had a great view of where all the action is.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's a hard one to do. Fortunately.
I was gonna say, when I saw this, I could tell when
Yeah, no, I watched it.
It's cool. I could tell right there, this was driven.
Well, you know.
I said to you guys, and they're coming out of the emergency. That was. What I didn't say. If we can, thanks for the break, short break at home. Again, this is 780 Barbary Lane, so if you want to, well, I guess I have to ask if there's any commissioners that have a conflict with this. Nope, I see none. So, Jim, thanks for coming back. And go ahead and, when you get settled, introduce your project.
I'm Ralph Hoffman. I'm the architect representing Michael and Joan Burke for 780 Barbary Lane, which is a single-family residence between Elm Tree and Lake Road on Barbary. And what we're proposing to do is change 3 elevations on the back of the house in this area here, where there's an existing 2-story living room that we're going to split vertically and create a second floor now. So what is existing currently in what is otherwise a sort of an English Tudor-esque cottage that was built 20 years or so ago, is this 2-story space here that has large picture windows. And we're proposing to remove that, build the second floor, and replace those large windows with a series of windows on the second floor that match the windows in the adjacent areas on the back elevation. And then at the ground level, at the living room level, on the one side, it would be a series of casement windows with a transom, and on the east side, single casements with transoms, of which there's precedent for, it's a little dark, but in the master bedroom right here, there are casements with transoms, so it matched them identically. And then on the south side, retain a French door entrance to an existing patio. The current configuration has a single door out from the living room onto that patio space, so we want to retain that sort of direct access indoor, outdoor. We feel that what we're proposing to do actually brings that portion of the house back into character with the rest of the house, that as it exists, it's sort of out of character. It's a much more contemporary solution with the large glass windows that don't have a divided light glazing in them, the two-story nature of them. It sort of lends itself to a much more contemporary solution, even though it's existing and is original to the house when it was built. And what we're proposing with the divided light windows and the smaller scale windows, we're still able to allow enough light to come in to all of those elevations, but the character of those three elevations will be much more in tune with the rest of the house all the way around.
Thank you. Is there a staff report for this?
Thank you, Chairman. This is a relatively simple project before the Commission. The home was built in 1985. It's not considered a contributing structure to the district. And the proposed infill, when evaluated in the context of the ordinance standards, does appear to be appropriate, and the recommendation this evening is to grant a certificate of appropriateness as proposed. I will just clarify that even though additional living space is being created on the inside, there is no change to the building scale calculation, so that is in compliance with the building scale ordinance. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, but we are recommending approval as submitted.
All right, thank you very much. Now's an opportunity for commissioners to ask questions of either the staff or the petitioner. Are there any?
I had one.
Go for it.
So I drove by today, and it appeared that work was ongoing today. And am I to take it that was the interior work associated with what you're going to do later on the exterior?
No, I'm not aware of what work was actually happening.
So has the interior work been done?
No.
I can speak to that.
Oh, thank you.
We did issue a building permit to allow some exploratory work to begin on the inside, with the understanding that nothing on the inside should occur until this approval was in place. If so granted by the Commission.
You've done a very nice job. Go ahead.
I just want to know, how do you plan on matching up the brick? I mean, is there some type of existing stock or?
Well, the base
for the infill?
Yes, correct. Yeah, we are planning on matching the brick. I don't know what kind of challenge that will be yet. The house was built back in '85. We're assuming we'll be able to source that and find it.
It's fairly new.
It's fairly new.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a great project, and certainly you're bringing it back to the character that it should have never left. So my only concern is that you don't want a different band of brick, and in any type of even subtle change is gonna stand out there. So
right. Yeah.
But you don't have any concerns about it.
No, I mean if that becomes an issue, obviously we'll have to address it. But,
okay.
Our intention is to infill with not just with the same scale, color, and type of brick, but even the detailing in terms of its coursing, the header course, etc.
Okay.
And the limestone. There's limestone sills under the windows and we'll match those
That'd
as
be
well.
nice.
That's easier, because
Yeah.
we can make those where we need to.
Any other comments or questions from the, all right, I'll ask if there's any public testimony on this item. And I see none, so now it's an opportunity for us to deliberate. I'll offer you one quick comment on the brick matching, and I would encourage you, size-wise is very, very important to match that size. We found that there's also some opportunity to stain, particularly when we're matching a dark brick like this, if you don't get a perfect match, to actually stain the brick to get a perfect match, but the size will read really differently if you don't get the size right. So it's just if you have a choice between the perfect color and the perfect size, stain the perfect size to match. It's amazing how your eye can really pick up a really subtle difference. I'm sure you know that. I would entertain a motion if there is one, unless somebody else has the more further deliberations.
I'll move. I move that the commission approve the petition for a certificate of appropriateness for facade modification of 780 Barbary Lane based on the findings as stated on page 2 of the applicable report by city staff dated February 27, 2013.
All right, Commissioner Travers has made the motion.
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Swenson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that one passes. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, so now we're moving right along. We've picked up steam again. Next petition is a consideration of a request for certificate of appropriateness for signage at new business at 276 East Deer Path. This is the UPS store, and I'll ask if we have any conflicts on this one. And I see no conflicts, so come on up and tell us what you're going to do.
Okay.
My name's Scott Bailey, representing the manufacturer sign company for the signage. And a sample for request of what it is that we're proposing to do. Is a solid wood, sandblasted sign, horizontal rate. 2-color background for the border, and copy would be white.
All right.
Reading the UPS.
Okay. And is that a piece of wood we're looking at?
Yes.
Or- Okay.
That's it.
Sure. You want to pass it around? Jim will take it from you and pass it around. Thank you. All right. Anything else? We'll ask if there's a staff report, and I'm sure we'll have some questions for you. So.
Thank you.
Didn't expect us to go that quickly.
I know. Caught me off guard. Later last year, the Historic Preservation Commission approved a modification to the building facade to allow a door to be placed on the street front of this building to provide access to the new tenant space. So you may have driven by and seen that that interior, or that modification to the door was underway. As part of that, the transom above that window pane was actually left in place. And over time, this building has changed tenant configurations several times. There's been times when there's been a single tenant. There's been times when there've been multiple tenants with a single door. Currently, the space is configured to have 2 tenants with 2 separate door entrances. That being said, some of the detailing on the building is still has the remains of previous signage on the building, such as the blank panel above the door that was just installed. Given that there is an existing area for signage, consideration could be given to putting the signage in that location. It also provides an opportunity to add variety to the streetscape and call this business out as separate from the business to the east. As currently proposed, the band sign above the windows maximizes the allowable sign area for the facade. That means no window signage or would be permitted without further consideration by the commission. So at this point, we're looking for commission input on the location of the sign. I'm happy to see a sample was provided this evening, and it sounds like real wood is being proposed for the sign, which is consistent with what's out there and with the design guidelines for the central business district. So I look forward to your input on the location and type of sign that's proposed, and providing some direction to the petitioner.
And so, Megan, a quick question for you. I understand that there's no lighting being proposed as a part of this petition.
There is no illumination proposed.
Okay, thank you. And could you just, we have a lot of green signs in town. Can you tell me why? I mean, is that part of, I should know the answer to this question, I'm laughing about it, but is that because there is a standard? I mean, I know why they want a brown sign, but, can you just address that really quickly for us?
There's nothing that says specifically that signs need to be green. The design guidelines talk about the number of colors that are permitted on a sign, and that the use of muted tones with a dark background. I think the sign for Koenig and Stray, the commission actually recommended that it be painted green with white letters, because when they, in their previous location, it was white with green letters. So to bring it more in compliance with the design guidelines, a dark background was proposed. But as far as a regulation for green signs, there is not something like that in our ordinance.
So in your recommendation, you're recommending that this is a continued so that we can see a version or an alternative that that shows us how the signage would look if it was in the wall-mounted band. Am I reading the right report?
Yeah, I think if the commission wants to go in that direction, then continuation of this petition would be appropriate to see a solution that is presented within that sign area that exists.
That's the sign area directly below the sign that's shown in this, that between the two.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I think if the band sign that is presented by the petitioner is supported by the commission, consideration to a condition that talks about reestablishing a standard transom in that location to match the other windows would be appropriate.
So we're not looking at a rendering that shows the newly installed door, though, are we?
I believe it's installed yet. I don't believe it's installed.
I think it's there now.
It's just punched out.
It's just punched out.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions from other commissioners, or either the petitioner or the
Megan, can I
staff?
just have you just say this one more time again? Okay, so just so I understand, so if they put the band sign on top, what they're proposing, they get no other signage on the windows or the doors?
Unless the commission grants them approval for additional signage above and beyond what's permitted in the ordinance.
Okay, so if they put the signage in that transom above there, do they get additional signage on the door or the windows?
Because of the size change, I imagine they would be able to put something on the door.
Okay, because when I looked at your sign, you know, when I went up to look at that property, my concern was from a pedestrian level. And actually, when I was driving by it, it seems my eye went right to that transom above there. It's almost like the other one's too high. So just, I guess that's more a comment than anything else. But I just, you know, I think a mock-up would really help us kind of resolve this whole thing.
We're just trying to be consistent with the building next door.
Yeah, but you know what's really
Same
interesting? You
size.
really differentiate yourself from doing that. Instead of looking like twin buildings, you can differentiate UPS versus, you know, you don't want it to look like the same business. You
Over
know?
the doors, it's not very big.
Yeah.
Other go ahead.
Can I ask a question? Is that some sort of fiberboard?
This?
Yeah.
No, it's solid wood. This
Solid
is-
wood.
Just glossy paint.
Okay.
So Megan, to
The high gloss
Susan's
makes it look
point,
a little bit, the high gloss makes it look a little bit plastic-y. Have you ever considered a
For the
satin?
finish that you require, you can add it.
Yeah.
Put satin on it. It's just this sample just to try and. give
That
it
might
a
help it
little-
out a little bit.
Yeah,
And that
that's
might-
not a-
Fred wanted to know where the L was gonna go.
Yeah, I didn't see where the L went, but, no.
There's no L.
In UPS, in the UPS door, I
Actually,
didn't find an L.
It's in Paris.
It would be this way
Oh.
Well, that's the next question I wanted to ask you. The cut sheet says that the grain is to be horizontal and the sample has it vertical. Wouldn't vertical be better from the standpoint of letting water run through and not retaining?
It's hard to
It's
get
a
the,
cedar, I'm not sure if it would matter too much, but.
Well, let me put it this way, the sample was built with vertical.
Right.
Why would vertical not be possible?
It is possible.
I'm just raised the question.
he's gonna
Wouldn't
glue a
it-
bunch of boards together.
Well,
We'll get it either way, but, it's preference.
I just raised the question because normally we like, you you want water to run off and not be retained, especially in wood. Horizontal, there's a chance for moisture to stay there.
Actually, I think it's a manufacturing preference because you do have to glue all the boards together. As opposed to longer stock.
Yeah, the glue will come apart.
So it's about how long? Over 8 feet, as I recall, right?
It's 20 inches high and 12 feet long.
And is that proportionally, Megan, pretty close to Koenig and Stray? Or to Susan's point, I mean, is it identical? Because it does, you know, if it's the same size, I don't know, is there a city preference or to keeping it eclectic and having, you know, different signages to enhance the streetscape? Or is it okay to look a little utilitarian in this regard? Or what's your hunch?
Let me answer all the questions that you asked. The first one was if it's similar in size to the Koenig and Stray. I think it's similar in height, but not in length. I think this one is slightly shorter. And I would add that the Koenig and Stray sign was actually an existing sign that they asked to relocate to this place. So I think there was some compromise made because of that, because they had an existing sign that they wanted to put on this new building and maintain their identity in that sense. I think there's merit in looking at a variety of different signs on this street. So having, you know, the sign in the window where a pedestrian and a vehicle can easily see it, I think there's merit in that consideration.
So, Megan, the area of the sign is not measured by the area of the brown background. It's the loop around the letters, or is it the brown background?
The area is the size of the box.
The box itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, for example, if the type font in this case, which is about a foot high, it says a foot high for the T, for example, which is higher than the Koenig, the K in the Koenig, right? If that was smaller, that wouldn't allow them a further signage opportunity if the background was
Correct. It's the overall
still
size
as
of
big.
the
I understand.
sign.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions for anyone?
It just feels bigger to me because the massing of the font is so much thicker. You know, it just
Definitely.
it screams
Yeah.
out to me.
Okay. Comments?
Can they make the font smaller?
Sure. What? You want?
Would it be possible to make the font just a little smaller? I know you have to keep the font.
As long as you don't make me sit through another church meeting.
We're not talking about illumination here. We're trying to keep it consistent with what was next door because the two fronts are identical.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know how much you could change I don't know how much you can make the font smaller that you don't start losing it in the, you know, I mean,
Would it help to make the background?
Well, I'm just
Smaller?
looking at how big that is
As far
versus
as the
that.
lake,
Hard to
not
tell, but it feels
10
like
feet.
this is a bolder solution than that. It's a little lighter solution.
well, I definitely think it is bolder, but, you know,
Yeah. Go ahead, Fred. What do you got?
Yeah, well, in some ways, I like the boldness because it helps to legitimize the new entrance, which I think we made a mistake in approving. And this helps to lose the symmetry of the building further, legitimizing the mistake that was made at the last meeting.
It's like growing a mustache.
You can't shave it off.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the sign the way it is or its position, and as long as they understand that this is the signage that they want, you know, I think it's consistent with what we approved already, and, you know, or I shouldn't say we've approved already, is already there. You know, that's my feeling about it.
I think I agree with Fred.
You agree with Fred?
I tried to rectify the mistake we made before. But I
Too
think,
late.
I just think it's more visible when it's in that transom. I didn't ever think that when I just looked at the packet, but when I drove by it, I'm like, oh yeah, my eye goes right to that different level, not really high. So I think it would allow them also to put maybe some pedestrian level like window decals on there too, which might be
Good or bad.
yeah, I mean, you know, so you don't just have one sign, then you have this identifying sign in at the street, which is pretty consistent with what most stores have anyways, right? They have the sign up here, and then they have the pedestrian level window decals, so.
Yeah, but, you know, if that's not what they want, if they want this to identify their business to you know, I mean, I don't know that as a commission, we should be deciding what's gonna, you know,
That's true.
is gonna pull in, you know, their customers more, because pedestrians will see it as opposed to, you know, vehicles and stuff. If, you know, I think if this is what they want, you know, as far
Just
as
my
the
opinion.
commission, and I understand, I'm just, you know, that's just my feeling about it.
Do you want a motion on this? to
No,
see?
I actually we're just asking questions still.
Okay.
Any
Oh,
other
I thought
questions?
I thought this was comments.
I'll ask if there's any public comment on this item. I see none. So now, yeah, you can do whatever you want now.
So I gave my comment.
Deliberations and/or motions are available. You know, from my own 2 cents is that I think that it's a little bolder than the Koenig and Stray sign. That's a comment. It's hard to tell a little bit what's going on without the door actually shown, but I don't have a lot of heartburn with it myself. So.
I have no comments.
I think changing away from the high gloss would be a nice touch.
Satin finish instead of high gloss finish. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah, it'd probably become satin pretty quick anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, I'll ask if there's a motion.
There's a motion if you want it.
I'll take one.
Don't
forget
I
this.
move that the commission approve the petition for a certificate of appropriateness relative to signage for the UPS store based on the findings as stated on page 2 of the applicable report by city staff dated February 27th, 2013, but subject to the conditions set forth in the numbered sentences 1, 2, and 3 of the final paragraph of the staff report, page 2.
Additional condition that the finish be satin.
Well, I think you have to eliminate at least.
Did I do something wrong?
The second, right, the second condition is the established sign area should be modified to mimic the adjacent transom windows with divided lights. Is that what we're asking
Oh,
you to do?
okay, I thought we were going to do what the staff thought.
No, the staff actually recommend a continuance, that they said if we support it,
Right.
then they recommend band shall be painted wood construction, check. Established sign area, maybe you could just explain that for us really quick, what this second condition means. It says the established sign area should be modified to mimic the adjacent transom windows with divided lights.
To replace the blank sign area that's existing.
Make it,
Make it a divided light window.
So it looks like
I'm
you do on
sorry.
each side.
I understand what you're saying.
I believe there is a window behind it, that plywood that's in front of above that new entrance. If I remember correctly, looking inside.
easy peasy.
And I'm not
No, we're talking
sure
about-
what they're doing.
So they're saying that she wants this to be filled in with window and glass if you put the sign up there, but he's saying that there's not a window behind that right now. That was Megan's recommendation if you approve the sign there. So,
It matches the other, the Koenig and Stray, right?
Well, no, the 2 side transoms.
I think the comment from the staff is that there's a natural kind of signage place above the door, and if you don't put a sign there, you have to do something to treat that area of the facade. And so they're suggesting that that just be backfilled with windows. If there's not an opportunity to do that because there's either a dropped ceiling or something behind that can't allow for glass. Fred,
I'd
go
like
ahead.
to offer an alternative opinion and say that keeping it, or making it not glass helps to associate the sign with the door below it. In other words, there's a composition, whereas if you put glass across, we just have a band, we have a sign up there, we have glass, and then we find there's a door down here. It doesn't associate the sign with the door, which it should. So I think it's better as depicted in the materials.
So that would just be a painted wood transom in that
Yep.
solution. Maybe you'd put your numbers on it or something. Your address.
And again, it helps legitimize the mistake we made at the last meeting.
We could put neon.
How many nights have you looked over this?
I don't want to overemphasize the point, but I do want to emphasize.
included.
All right, so a motion has been made. Does it include the staff's recommendation or not?
It does include the staff's recommendation, but it seems like we'll need to remove item number 2.
Okay.
Right. Subject to the conditions set forth in the numbered sentences 1 and 3 of the final paragraph of the staff report. And then do we need to put something in place of item number 2? Or-
I'm confused. Aren't we gonna put back, if they put the sign up there, aren't they gonna put the divided lights in that?
Well, that's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay, I thought you
Whether
said
we
take
want
that
them-
We
out.
don't even know if it's,
And-
if it's possible. We don't know what's behind there is what, Kurt said.
Okay.
You know, so.
But shouldn't you include that
No,
in the
I mean,
recommendation?
we could condition that they fill it in if we, it sounds like we're not necessarily all in favor of doing that anyway, but we could certainly condition it on anything we want. If we think that those should be restored to windows, and they could be, I'm sure the staff could figure out if that, I keep moving closer.
Well, Commissioner Fred seems to have thought about this a great deal. What do you think should go there?
Well, no, I haven't thought about it a great deal. I have just a response to what I see, and I think there's an advantage in having a vertical composition there of sign with door associated with, which does not happen if you put the glass across.
And so,
There's a sign up on the building, and then there's a door down here below some windows, and they aren't necessarily associated.
and so would you just leave it the way it is and say it's hunky-dory?
No, I would achieve what's shown as depicted, whether it's that way yet or not. It has no windows above the proposed door location, right?
Yes.
And actually,
Which I think works better than to put windows there.
And I think that's the existing state, isn't it? Except for the
that's right.
UPS sign.
Yes.
In that case, in order to make the motion conforming with that point of view, we would just take out item number 2 for
And
the
and
conclusion.
I just would ask if all, before we just make that motion,
Yeah.
if there's any other discussion at that point. Obviously, Fred's expressed his point of view, Suzie and everybody else. I don't know if we're all on board with that or not, or if we,
Well, I don't like that sign, so I'm not gonna.
you don't like the sign.
No.
And you would like the sign to be in the transom,
Yeah, so,
which is what,
So I'm fine with, without requiring,
Jim,
that the transom be changed.
Jim, do you have any comments on it one way or another?
I'll side with Fred, I think. It's-
Yeah, okay. Mary Ellen, any comments?
I agree with Fred, too.
Okay, so let's make the motion
Without item
along Fred's lines.
you want me to do it?
Please go for it.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make Fred second it.
I move that the commission approve the petition for a certificate of appropriateness relative to signage for the UPS store based on the findings as stated on page 2 of the applicable report by city staff dated February 27th, 2013, but subject to the conditions set forth in the numbered sentences 1 and 3, but not 2, of the final paragraph of the staff report, page 2.
And the finish shall be satin.
Well done.
Second.
And, okay,
So the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers and seconded by Commissioner Moyer. Do you second it?
I did.
Thank you for the record. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed?
nay.
I knew there would be one. So congratulations on your endurance. Hopefully that's a good-looking sign, and we'll move on.
Just a quick question, I don't want to.
Sure,
Parks, the Santa Claus, is it the brown?
it's the brown.
And the white? Or-
That's a good question, Suzie.
Oh.
Or, Mary Ellen,
Both.
both, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's both.
It's both.
All right, we have another consideration for request for certificate of appropriateness for a new sign, awning, and outdoor seating for business at 270 Market Square. The tenant is Jolly Good Fellows. Do we have any commissioners with any conflicts on this one? I see none, so I will welcome you to give us your presentation.
Hello, Bob Ruggles. I'm here presenting 270 Market Square Jolly Good Fellows for my client Laura Fellows. And it is a cupcake coffee, candy, and well, that's about it, right? Frozen yogurt store, right, one of the most important. And we're here presenting the signage for it. It would be thought of as the North Tower in Market Square. We're not going to go into any of the historic nature of the building. We're all familiar with that.
Thank you.
So, right, making up time in the air here, right? So there are really 6 components to this petition. I'm sorry, the slide presentation I'm not able to plug in tonight, so you have it in your packet. Most valuable here are pictures of the mock-up. And I have that on the laptop and can simply scroll through that for you, and you can pass it around if you'd like. There are 6 components to the presentation, one of which is the awning over what we call window number 1. So we are going west to east in this configuration. Window number 1 is the rectangular window. It has transom, true divided light transom above it, and then plate glass below it that's divided into 2. The second component is the vinyl lettering that would be on the plate glass, and that is split into 2 about the mullion. It has 4 words, actually 5 words, but 4 phrases on it. The third component is on the south-facing arch window, which would be 6-inch tall white lettering that is acrylic, pin-type lettering, pinned to the mullion between the transom and the glass. And the fourth is east-facing arch. You can try. If you get that going. The fourth is the east-facing arch. And again, it has letters above the transom. And fifth. Thank you, Megan.
That's perfect, Megan, thank you.
Very
It looks a lot like our keyboard.
Yeah.
Fifth is the hanging sign, and the 6th component is the seating, the outdoor seating that we're requesting. So just to start in order, then the first one, the awning.
So a bunch of different, unique kind of conditions as you go march around the bays of the window.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we can just take them one by one, and then we'll launch into detailed discussion. This is the color. It is a lighter sort of sage green as opposed to the very dark green. It is not the only instance of this in Market Square. And I would like to say also that as we're looking through this, and we do talk about 6 different components, it has been thought about holistically. It has been thought about one composition, but there are, you know, several components of it, so we're going to take it further. The sage green on a fixed awning is meant to shade the window from the intense south and southwest sun that would be in there. And of course, these are not treated with any kind of low emissivity coatings or anything like that. So this gets full sunlight, and the fixed awning would be to really to function to shade the windows. The signage that's on there would say Jolly Good Fellows. It would be 6 inches. It would be white, and the font is uniform throughout the whole application. The second. The second condition is vinyl letters applied to the plate glass about the mullion. And it says cupcakes, confections, frozen yogurt, and espresso. It is mounted low to allow view into the shop and to basically be very discreet while still describing the function of the store.
So Bob, if I could, in relation to the awning window, is this the window to the east of that?
No, it is one and the same.
Oh, it's the same window, so this
Right.
is just below the awning?
Correct. We
I got
don't
it.
have an illustration
I
with the
understand.
awning and the vinyl put together.
Fine, thank you.
Signage guys did the rendering.
That's
so
all right,
I'm working
it
with
works. I got it.
This one is window number 2. It's the south-facing window in the tower. It has an arched top above it. It has the green painted transom. It is this color, and it would have letters like this. And the reason behind this letter is durability, one that doesn't have to be painted. I think if you look closely, it would represent a different standard, but as we were to go forward, and if I were to show you in the slide presentation, you would see that the standards are often deviated from.
This may be a stupid question. Is that an H or a Y?
This is an H.
Okay, because you flip it over, it might be a Y.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's a Y.
As in jolly?
I thought it was an H. Jolly.
So I guess it wasn't a stupid question.
Looks like an H, doesn't it?
It does.
Well, that's why I was wondering, is that an H or a Y?
It should be a Holly good question.
Okay. So
Okay.
this color, this is the
Got it.
This is the
So it's a plastic letter, it's a through and through color, right? So it's a not painted finish.
Right.
Yeah.
It wouldn't need, future maintenance.
Got it.
And, pull this up well. So I just want to end this one sort of elevation, because I think if you grasp it in these larger pieces now, 1, 2, and 3, it's the awning with Jolly Good Fellows on it. It's the over the plate glass that says cupcakes, confections, frozen yogurt, and espresso. And then third that would say Jolly Good Fellows. So in a way, the awning comes out and says Jolly Good Fellows, then we jump back over to the curved window and it says Jolly Good Fellows over the top of that, all right? And we go around the corner to the third window and it would say cupcakes, frozen yogurt, and confections. All right?
Got it.
Same lettering?
Same lettering.
Is the size of the lettering approximately the same on the awning and on the curb window on the south?
In the proposal, it said 7 inches. I don't want to do, the work for you and pre-negotiate anything here, but it would be best to be uniform. So 6 inches is what we should shoot for. Okay, so moving on, there are 2 elements left to present.
Okay.
And then go back into the dialogue. And that would be the hanging sign. The hanging sign has a powder-coated steel, it would look wrought iron, support mounted to the mortar joints, hanging a sign that is a steel sign, it's a metal sign, and it is round, and it's about 28 inches across, 26 inches across in diameter. It has the words Jolly Good Fellows in the same script, and it says Sweet Boutique underneath it. I can't see. It has a cupcake, it has frosting, it has a cherry and a raspberry, and the colors are chosen to complement the blue-green that exists on the fascia and the trim of Market Square. The pink is an intentional folly. It's intentional to look candy-like and to be whimsical, to be fun, and to call attention to itself. The signage should. It would hang about 3 feet off the building, and it would be mounted at about 8.5 feet tall. Did you get a chance to take a look at the mock-up? If not, I have photographs here on the laptop. All right?
I think we're good so
It would
far.
hang right off of the corner and project straight south. So if you were looking straight at the window number 2, it would be the upper right-hand corner or east side of the corner, point south. All right, the final component is the outdoor seating. And our ordinance allows for, or asks for 5 foot wide. I believe on the south portion, we have 8 foot 6 clear. And on the east portion of our seating, we have over 12 feet, if you include the space that the trash can and the 2 little bollards, the little horse tie bollards exist. Those are all 6 components we were talking about.
All right, good. Well, let's see if we have a staff report.
You do. You're in luck. This request is before the commission really for 3 reasons. The first is that the amount of signage that's proposed in total does exceed the maximum permitted in the ordinance. The second is looking at the color of the awning, color and style of the awning that's proposed, and also the use of a projecting or blade sign at this location in Market Square. In general, staff supports the amount of signage that's proposed. There are some conditions of approval that I'd be happy to go through in more detail if requested by the commission. But those conditions try to ensure that each component of the request comply with the size requirements of the ordinance, making sure the window letters are 6 inches consistent with the design guidelines, that the awning color is consistent with the design guidelines, so that each component is consistent with the design guidelines, but overall as a composition, the amount of signage is supported and recommended for approval. The design guidelines were developed several years ago, and there's a section of the design guidelines for Market Square specifically that really attempts to provide some parameters for signage within the square to bring some unification to the signage with respect to awning color, type, and sign location to allow the more playful architectural features of Market Square and the storefront window displays to really be the highlight of Market Square and the experience of Market Square. Looking at this request in that context, the recommendation would be to preserve that bold green that's in the square, all of the types of signs that are proposed are considered common signs and suggested signs in the design guidelines. So I think those are all positive things for this signage request. The biggest change would probably be the projecting sign, and hopefully you did review the mock-up that was installed over the weekend. Because what I think it showed was that type of playful sign really does fit in with Market Square, and that it could be a successful component to this request. We are looking for input from the commission with respect to all components of this request, specifically the detailing of the projecting sign, the appropriateness of the projecting sign, the color, the material choice for the lettering. Certainly the design guidelines encourage the use of natural materials, especially on a component of such importance as Market Square. And all of those are outlined in the conditions of approval. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, which I'm sure you may.
All right, thank you. Any questions for either the staff or the petitioner?
Yeah, Megan, I have some questions for you. Just two. I'm just trying to think if there has ever been a sign like this in the square. I think the petitioner does a really nice job of articulating the business case for it, and I think there's other businesses that could claim the same need. You know, if you think of Mirage just down the street, in terms of their business model and price points and their whole branding, kind of dilemma, it's the same story. But I'm curious if you've done other stores like this, and if you think this sets a precedent for the square itself. Because I know in Bank Lane there's signs, but on the square itself.
Sure.
I've been there 35, 40 years. I'm just curious what your thoughts were on that. I haven't seen it. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but I'm just curious, historically, have there been experiments like this, and has it proven to be successful, to be vital to the business, to drive traffic, or?
Historically, I guess I don't have photographic evidence that there was a sign here, but there are some markings on the wall in this location alone that would indicate that there may have been some sort of installation on that corner piece. I think what makes this request unique, and how it wouldn't set a precedent for other stores in Market Square, is that this is really an architectural element in the square. This storefront has frontage on two sides. It's architecturally, it has those arches. It helps balance the signage that's existing on the other side of the square. You know, the square is architecturally balanced but not symmetrical. So I think there's some merit in a feature piece architecturally in that location that wouldn't be justified in other locations in the square.
Excuse me, Megan, could you tell me, typically we want to go with 3 colors, right? Including the background color. That's typically in the sign order. So I think in your staff report, and I counted 7 colors on this sign. So that's a big departure from what we typically approve. Is there the same standard for if you do a window decal sign? Does it still have to be 3 colors? Is that consistent for all signage?
Yeah, that's more of an overall signage parameter.
Okay. So going to 7 colors would be a big departure from that. So, okay. I just have one question for you about the awning. Sure. You know, I went into the square and I actually paid attention to all those awnings, and everyone has the Lake Forest green or the Lake Forest green and white stripe. And almost every one of those awnings is rolled up. And I actually asked one of the business owners, and his comment was that on windy days, the awning can rip, and it becomes quite a cost issue. So, and a lot of times he leaves them rolled up because he likes the sun in the winter. So just wondering if you would, just for consistency's sake, you know, because, you know, it just, if you look at Market Square as a whole unit, and most of them on the south side don't have any awnings, or if they are, they're really tightly rolled and never unrolled, and the ones on the south have a few that might be down, and those are the green ones. Would you consider a retractable awning? There might be times, you know, when you're sitting in there and you want the sun to come in, or, you know, it's a May day and it's cold, and if you sit underneath that shade, you don't want that. You know, there's days in May you want to be in the sun, right? So just wondering if a retractable awning might work better for you and be more consistent with what we have in Market Square.
Sure. I think we're going to consider all the comments. And,
Okay.
you know, kind of, maybe before we go to a vote or a motion, if you could just assemble all the comments together and give me a, you know, half a minute with Laura and,
Okay.
you know, go through it.
I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this to Market Square. This is going to be a fabulous addition. I'm thrilled. However, I'm wondering about the paint color. Is this consistent with the other trim in town in Market Square? I can't tell from the picture, and I didn't have
it
this.
is.
Is this the color that
Yeah,
is everywhere else?
That's the actual
Okay. It looks different from the photo, and I didn't bring it.
It's the actual
Oh, it
paint
is. I looked at the
formula
back.
for
Okay,
the Shaw
great.
blue-green that is all over town. I actually live in a Shaw house, and so I had it in my basement and painted it out.
Fabulous. It looked a little
That's
different.
the exact color.
Great. And then my next question
The
is.
color that you'd see out there is kind of chalked and faded a bit. So if you held this up to it, there's going to be some non-matching points. But, you know, annually, year over year over year, you're going to get the mismatch from time to time.
And my next question is, on the east facade, I love the name. And if it were my business, I would want to see the name up there. And I think it's a little more formal to have the name on the top instead of saying cupcakes, frozen yogurt, and confections, just that high up in Market Square. I would want to have the name recognition of Jolly Good Fellows there, and then having cupcakes, frozen yogurt, confections below on the window pane, as it is around the corner.
Well,
It's a darling name. I want to see it more.
I asked Laura the same exact
That's just
question.
a casual treatment.
And, you know, why Jolly Good Fellows towards the square. And then the descriptors, confections, frozen yogurt, and espresso on the side. It's actually cupcakes, frozen yogurt, and confections
can't read
on the
it.
side. I'm sorry. really need my glasses. The reason is that she feels that the brand hasn't established itself, and that Jolly Good Fellows doesn't tell enough about what it is, and that from the south, you can see into the store and you can see enough of the shop in order to see the function, figure it out, the transparency of the windows. But coming from the train station, most people coming into Market Square driving, it's one way on that side, and seeing the descriptors of exactly the services, the product that's offered there, she felt was important. And when she went to that, it sold me.
Yeah.
And the sign's there too. I mean, it's Jolly Good Fellows. If you read it left to right, you see the brand and the sign, and then this is what they're delivering.
Absolutely.
And so, I mean,
the
I
hanging
think
sign. Yeah.
They're kind of working in conjunction. Is that right? I mean, that's how I viewed it.
And the cupcake then is iconic to the business, and hopefully it will become the brand symbol in time. I think in terms of priority, how Laura rates these would be hanging sign first, transom signs second, glass sign third.
Yeah, I guess I think it's really well done, and I think it's really effective. I guess as a commission, I feel like I just need to ask a little more questions around the precedent issue. Because I think if we do rule on this and approve it, there's other situations that are just as unique. And I think Mirage on the corner, it's got two faces. There's people walking at Starbucks that they'd like to pull into the square and have a sign. And I think as a standalone, it has a lot of integrity, and it fits with the merchandise strategy. But I think in the broader context of the precedent, I think I just have some more questions on that, Megan. So I guess what would stop us from getting inundated with, not inundated, but let's say 5 or 6 requests? And would we feel differently about the character of the square, if there were 5 or 6 of these, and people were trying to compete for eyeballs and traffic, and it was an arms escalation?
And Jim, are you more concerned with the coloration of the sign, or just the nature of a
Yeah,
blade sign?
I kind of feel like you're just walking down the square, and the charm is the windows, and everybody found that toy station. I grew up here. We knew it was there, and we went there. Everybody's going to find this place. My kids are going to find this place. I'm sympathetic to the train and getting off and building a brand. I spent years doing that with clients, so I totally get it and understand it. I just kind of feel like if the city, if there was just some discussion around how we would it would not be a precedent, because I do think it helps this business. I think we need to be supportive of businesses in Market Square. I think the city has probably gotten a lot of feedback and flack by being a bit unsupportive of business. We had, remember the discussion about it's hard to find where things are, and I think we had a recommendation to have this map out off of the train station, and then we came up with a wall mounting, and I forget whose idea that was. And so I'm all for doing what's best for business. I know rents are really high, and every customer is going to help and all that. But how is it not going to be a precedent for the city to approve other applications? And is it going to be a different feel if there's, you're just walking under signs around Market Square?
So Jim, I hear what you're saying. I'm interested in talking about it a little more. We do have these blade signs on Bank Lane. They are more subtle than this, because they are 1, 2, or 3 colors, mostly 2 colors, right? White and butters, and I think one of them's got a little color in it. So at least they follow the guidelines in the greater ordinance with respect to the coloration. And I'm a little less worried about opening Pandora's box on the blade sign condition because of that, because we've already got them somewhere else. And actually, I think they're nice looking signs in other places. And I think here, one of the things that strikes me about this specific location in Market Square is that there's no awnings because of the arched window, and I'm happy that they're not trying to cover up the round windows, the arched windows. So personally, I'm less troubled by the blade sign, but I hadn't really focused on the color until you brought it up, and I do, now I'm thinking to myself, well, boy, I can definitely see, a bunch of folks, walking into Megan's office saying, hey, you gave me 2-color blade sign 2 years ago. You said that's all I could have. Here's my proposal for a 5-color blade sign. This is my logo. This is my company logo. And, that I think is a little tougher to swallow in terms of what the potential fallout from that could be. Not so much from because they didn't get it, but because we'll now have a bunch of requests for it. And, I think this is a novel, nice little sign. I thought the mock-up was well done. It really sells the opportunity, really looks like, oh, that's cool. I'd like to see that there. But when you put it in the greater context of what the next 12 signs are going to look like, it's a little more troubling. So,
yeah, that's my point. So
yeah.
I was just wondering if the city has thought about that and what.
Can I just
what
throw
the
in one
precedent-
thing is that, so that we don't just get hung up on the number, and some of the pictures that I had, it's unfortunate I can't show you them all, but it shows the deviation from the standards, and that even our own City of Lake Forest side has green, brown, black, and white. So you're 4, not 3, on our own.
Hang
sides.
around for the next petition.
That's next.
Stick around.
Can't share that.
I understand that, but
Well,
that's
but I
what's
think
there today.
the intent, whether it's executed in spirit or not, or in literally or not, was to keep the signage distraction down to a dull roar, with respect to the how many variations of signage there are and that kind of thing. And so I'm sure you can appreciate that the intention of that. Now, at the same time, what Jim articulated is exactly right with respect to how businesses react to signage opportunities. And you could, the poor UPS guy, he's
Brown
out,
and white.
just trying to figure it out, right? So it definitely puts us kind of in a tough spot. What do you want? What do you want 10 years from now? What do you want to see in town with respect to signage? Do you want to see a continued kind of restraint on signage, or do you want to see the gloves come off? Because the gloves will come off if we let them. So that's, I think you
Can
just
I
have to
interject
do.
one more thing?
But I think I would
Also-
be interested
Let's just-
in
let's-
Megan's response, though, to his question.
Yeah, Megan, I mean, because I think we can deliberate. And
Yeah, yeah.
We're
Yeah,
going
we
to give you
can.
time to talk, and I think, everybody thinks it's well done, and, it's a broader city question, and I don't know, if the design guidelines have articulated or captured it or anticipated it. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are to elaborate on why isn't it a precedent for others, either color or type of sign.
I think there will definitely be people who also come to request additional signage, but there's always been that, I guess. And a lot of times, people respect the design guidelines and bring forward proposals that are in compliance with the design guidelines, given the big picture. I think for the few cases that, maybe they really do want to come in and be reviewed by the commission, you'll have to look at those very carefully and look for the unique features. Your deliberation and, if appropriate, motion this evening can very clearly articulate why this piece is unique, and if there are any modifications that would make it more appropriate with respect to the colors or the placement of the sign. So I think absolutely there's going to be people who want additional signage.
Yeah, so it's really, it's going to set a precedent, but every case is different, and we're a body that deliberates on a case-by-case basis. There's some subjectivity as to how we apply the guidelines and the principles for each business in and of itself that could lead to different conclusions, is really what I'm hearing. Is that, Kathy, is that?
That is correct, and I think the point Megan made is that in your, if you choose to approve this or approve it with modifications, you really need to set the groundwork on why this is different than everything else, because I can guarantee you tomorrow we will have requests for more signage. And this is a lot of signage, it's a lot of colors, it's very unique, but maybe there's some pieces that you pull back. And then make sure we get very clear findings on why this space is so unique.
Okay, let me ask this question then, because this might help direct me in my deliberations for the petitioner. You know, we talk about this a lot. What in Lake Forest, the intent of signs is to identify a business so people can locate it. It's not to advertise, because advertise is a whole other thing. You're trying to differentiate your business, you're trying to draw attention to it. Identification is for identification purposes. So, what is your intent? Is it to identify or is it to advertise?
It's to identify that the sign hanging, the hanging sign that we're talking about is really the brand, and to identify what the product is. I think the image of a cupcake of food, and then it's a volley, and then its color. It doesn't say everything about candy. Doesn't say everything about everything that's in the store.
Well, there's two different things here, though, because you're, with the excessive amount of signage, you're asking for, I think it borders on advertisement, because you're advertising what you have in there. The colors, you know, are just, I mean, I think you could, one of my point is, I think you could identify your business with a lot less signage and color. I think when you add all the color and the differentiating things about your business, that's more advertising. So that's how I'm trying to think, what's our intent here in Market Square? Is it to advertise and have a bunch of different colored signs, or is it to have identification purposes? So.
Well, I just wanted to speak a little bit to Kathy's point about, you know, the uniqueness of this, and let me help you a little bit about that. And that because it is a corner shop, you don't get the full frontage of the site, so it's unique, and then it wraps around a corner, so you don't see all the frontage that you're renting, number one. Number two is that there is evidence that there was a sign there before on the corner, and you can see the mortar joints, or the mortar, it's been drilled through the brick on both sides, so it looks as if something had been there on the corner. And we all know this, the facade of you know, Market Square has gone through numerous changes, and it's looking good right now. We don't want to mess it up, but we think this is a great add to it. It's a great subtle add, and in the terms of 7 colors, you know, there's really blends. There's really kind of 4 primary colors: the greenish blue, the pinkish, black and white. You think I'm stretching it? Okay.
This is a question for Michelle. Could you give us just, I mean, you don't need to get into excruciating detail, but give us a sense for the, you know, the small business owner and the business plan and, you know, scenarios with, you know, this full signage versus a scaled down footprint and no, you know, sign off the south end. And I think it's really important for us to hear that as a commission in these deliberations. And, you know, it is a balancing act, but, you know, before we get into the color scheme and things like that, maybe just if there is a way to talk about if there's, you know, plan A with this and plan B with, you know, a totally different revenue trajectory and chances of survival. I think that, you know, if we're going to try to carve something out through these deliberations, that has to be part of it. I mean, it just does. And around special circumstances around the economy and a boost to new business that's lower margin that is going to be predicated on traffic. You know, there's other businesses like that, but there's a big element of people that can make their year on, you know, 15 purchases in town with big luxury items, and there's ones that are going to be volume based that maybe need more signage. I mean, if we're being asked to try to differentiate.
But is that a standard that we can consider in making?
The differentiation you need to make is based on architectural elements, location of the space.
Yeah.
That's what your role is really design related. I think otherwise you're really opening up the.
Yeah. It's just hard for me. I mean, you know, if you walk around Market Square, it's really hard to differentiate around architecture and say this is such a unique part of Market Square that in itself is so unique that these elements are only for that. I mean, I really, you know, I would have a really hard time being intellectually honest the next petition to say, oh, well, you can't, sorry, this, you know, did you see this corner? This is really different architecturally, and that's why. You know, so I think that's why I asked that question, and maybe a city council issue, and sometimes we do kick it upstairs to consider things. I have a real hard time just being a non-thinking, one-dimensional person on this committee. Maybe that's my background. So I guess that's what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, I think I appreciate what you're saying. But we do have the standards that we're supposed to, apply, and we don't want to go too far afield from that. So when you get into issues of the economic impact that it may have, I think we have strayed too far. Even though it may be a great concern to a small business owner, it obviously is. Can I ask a question about the awning? Just to move on a little bit. I think the petitioner said the sage color is in other awnings on Market Square. Is it?
One other awning on the south side of the, just next to Talbot's, I think, right?
Yes.
What business is that, do you know?
Jay McLaughlin?
Say it again?
Jay McLaughlin.
Jay McLaughlin, yeah. It's actually, I'm not sure if it's a operating awning or if it's just fixed at the top. I don't think it was ever one that we saw. No, no. So,
Could I bring up
sure.
Switch topics a little bit, and this goes to proposed outdoor seating plan. And I have this drawing from my package, and I suppose maybe I lost it, but I don't have the see site key on page 2. And I think there's an important point here, and one that I might have particular insight into. Actually, for 10 years, I rented a suite of 5 offices immediately on the second floor here, which you entered from these doors, which are sort of partly shown here.
Mm-hmm.
And up there with us, it's a bunch of guys who have their businesses. We had a 5-office suite. There was a 3-office suite, a couple 2-office suites. Then you go around, and there's a really weird place. And anyway, there's a bunch of guys working up there, as you know, right? And having spent a lot of time going in and out through those doorways, I find it difficult to suspend disbelief that you could put 3 tables there in that spot and not significantly limit access in and out of that doorway. I got to tell you, there are bollards, there are 500-pound trash cans, there are columns. And things are really close together there. If you just go over there and walk around, like the distance between the doorway into this store and the doorway to the 25 guys who have businesses up on the second floor there is inches, okay? And I think this is, the second thing I'll mention about that is the guys up there, our windows look right over where these tables are going to be. And we're having conference calls. I don't live there. I mean, I don't have my office there anymore. I left in 2008 after 10 years. But we have conference calls going on up there. And if you have your office in Market Square, you're used to a certain amount of funkiness. We have Thursday night rock and roll fests and things like that. And then, when the middle school kids get out, they throw soap in the thing and jump around. But it's going to be quite an experience.
You're kind of a spoil sport, aren't you?
No, it's fun. I mean, that was part of the charm, right? The charm of having an
Sorry, I couldn't help
office
myself.
in Market Square. It was all of that. But it's going to be number one. I think that somebody should actually try modeling what the tables are going to be like there. Because maybe these are the tables with the chairs sort of bent up on top of them or something, but it's not with 3 sets of teenagers sprawling around. And I think that somebody should actually model how much space there's going to be for all the people working, all the small businesses working their economic models out on the second floor, how they're going to get through the doors at 272 Market Square.
Yeah, I-
mention that, because to me, if this was, if I was still there, I would be alarmed.
Yeah, I guess, we don't need to deliberate now, I know there's a question in there, but, I mean, it's gonna behoove the business owner. It's
Fee
gonna,
for this?
yeah, it's gonna behoove the business owner to make it a pleasurable experience for the diners as well. And they're not gonna wanna be too close to a door and, interrupting a businessman as they walk up the stairs and things. And so if it's 2 tables that they can fit, then they'll probably just make it 2, I mean, you can move tables and all that kind of stuff. To me, the bigger issues are, signage that's permanent, that impacts the character of the square. But, I mean, it's a valid point.
But my point
I
is,
think
tables will move, right? And, they'll move to all different places, and say this is a big success, as I think it
We're all
will
gonna
be.
be in front of the rock band.
Right. It's,
Yeah.
I'm actually worried about the modeling based on standards of, I'm sure, there's a standard for everything. So there's a standard for how much space people sitting at an outdoor cafe are going to take up.
Well,
right?
the city does have some space standards. Can you explain those to us and how they're enforced and, and whether they're periodically checked and, what type of powers the city has to police that type of stuff?
The zoning code does permit this type of use. Certainly, like Commissioner Preschlack mentioned, tables are movable. We can work closely with the business owner to make sure that a nuisance isn't created. Life safety inspections as part of the permit application for the build-out of the space will be considered to allow for adequate ingress and egress for the spaces. So I think there's a continual conversation about that type of use.
I hear that, but what modeling has been done to date? Because I'm just looking at.
I think you're looking at a conceptual site plan.
Well, it's
Just-
also,
Well,
but it's drawn to scale. I mean, so the tables
Yeah.
are 2 feet square and the window is approximately 12 feet. So you got 3 feet in between each table. So that's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Is it drawn to scale? Maybe it's not.
Yes, sir, it is, Travis.
Thank you. So, I mean, I think we have to go with the scale drawing and react to it, and you have a valid concern, I think, that, maybe there's too many tables, or maybe they're too close to the entrance door, but, I mean, I think the
We'd also be
information's here.
agreeable to a condition that says that the chairs should not get in the way of the door. These are
Well,
movable, and,
I
we're
mean,
not
directly
putting.
in front of the door, right, sir?
Hey, I'm a landlord and for some commercial property too, with some outdoor seating, and let me tell you, if it gets moved around a little bit, we hear it from the other tenants, and, it goes right to the landlord. So the landlord's gonna have sort of the first line of defense against it. Secondly is that, Laura's gonna wanna make sure that she gets along with everybody. Thirdly, it's movable. I mean, we can scoot it down. We're not showing.
Well, it's in front of
full
her
on this
door
location.
too, right? I mean, that if her door is right next to the
yeah,
other
they're
door.
right
So,
on the
I mean,
west.
if it's not working for them, it's not working for her.
Well, let me just give one example before we move
Okay,
on, and I'm
sure.
talking about just as a matter of arithmetic and geometry.
Yeah.
I mean, what is the distance from the edge of the
Curb?
of the trash can to say this nearest? I mean, we're talking about fairly tight distances here.
12 feet?
No, it's 12 feet from an edge to the curb. But then this brown thing is a 500-pound trash can
Sure.
that's stuck to the ground, and you're not going to walk through it.
Approximate distance?
There's a planter.
Or is that a planter? I forget.
There's a planter that's round. The trash can would be up and to the right, sort of the inside of the curtain, near where you said see site key on plan 2.
Yeah, so I think he's asking the distance between that trash can and the closest table. Or back of the chair, actually, and just
I would say that's
approximately.
3.5 feet.
No, you're looking at something different then.
So the
Well, the door
minimum
width-
clearance allowable is 5 feet?
So Bob, the line
Is
of
that
travel that he's interested in is from the doors, the double doors on the north, that if you just drop down and you're going around the sidewalk, so now you gotta travel between this 3 set of chairs and tables that are oriented east-west, and that trash can to the east, right? So you've got a site dimension string of the 12'11" to the back of the zone of the seating, which is 5 feet wide.
Right,
But
which is
inside of that 12'11", there's a trash can which bites off another something like 4 or 5 feet, right?
4 feet, yeah, I'd say 4 feet.
So
So
some-
from 13 down to 4, right? Down from
no,
4, 13 off 4.
that's not true.
So
you're
down to 9 feet.
About 8.5 feet wide. The standard is 5 foot clear.
Yeah, I mean, has city staff modeled the application of the zoning to this is just what I was asking, frankly. Because having lived in this spot and spent a lot of quality time in this spot, you know, the idea that we're gonna have all these chairs and tables there and it's not going to get congested and not make it hard to get up into 272 Market Square, I'm just wondering. And in fact, I'm somewhat.
It's certainly part of our standard procedure to review that type of outdoor seating and make sure that the appropriate clearances are provided. If nuisances do arise, they certainly can be removed. We'll work with the landlord, the business owners, to resolve the problems. I think a similar evaluation occurred at Caribou when they did their outdoor seating. You know, that's a tight sidewalk, and they did have to modify some of their
When you say
tables.
resolve that, do you have the ability to force them to remove that, you know,
Yes.
under whatever, you know, threat of citation or whatever the case may be?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, it's a solvable problem.
okay.
But I mean, you know, John, in this case, I actually think that physically it works, but I will say that in the past, there's been tons and tons and tons of feedback from folks about the design of Market Square of having too much paraphernalia in general on the sidewalks, trash cans,
Sure,
benches,
it's a
you know,
lot.
one thing after another. And so this is just more of that clutter. And so I think it's valid, you know, it's more than just a throwaway comment for sure from the standpoint of just the overall clutter. So that's kind of the, you know, just sort of some background on that. We're not just picking on you, we're
No.
picking on everybody. Megan, just one more question for me on the signage. The statement is that we're exceeding the allowed amount of signage. Forget about the color or the, is the exceeded amount of signage because just total square footage of signage? And can you give us did I miss it in the report? I don't know if I'm 10% over, 2% over, or 100% over.
The sign ordinance allows for really one type of sign. So
Okay.
it's either a window sign, or it's a projecting sign, or it's signage on the awning. So this request is asking for all of that.
So, and
From
it's
a-
usually on a face, so like in a corner condition, you get signage on both, two faces, right?
Correct.
And
From
so-
a square footage standpoint, I believe the maximum would be 25 square feet. And they've exceeded that. I didn't do a full calculation to know how much. But the projecting sign alone, plus all of the horizontal text, adds up quickly.
Well, it's kind of, would be nice to know how much it's exceeding it by.
I think the main point is that it's the number of types of signs.
Types of signs. So you would be, from your interpretation of the ordinance, you're more concerned about the variance from, not variance, from the departure from having one kind of sign on each facade to, in this case, we have at least, and forget about the blade sign even, you have an awning sign and a window sign and another window sign on one side, and then on another side, actually on the east side, it's fine, but for the blade sign.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big space, right? I mean, it's gotta be one of the bigger spaces in the square too, and there's multi-sides, so you gotta kind of normalize it to the square foot of the space as well, and not think of absolute square foot sign space.
You can't really have one window bare with no signage. That would look
Yeah,
odd.
right.
One other comment, just in terms of sort of lack of consistency with the standard at Alexandra's. You have not only two different applied vinyl signs, but a giant vinyl sort of border, a framework around it, and you have a wooden sign with, you know,
That's
again
another
and
one,
again.
that's another one we didn't see.
Yeah, how'd that happen?
The only points I'm making with this is that
I
there's a lot of
understand.
nonconformity with the guidelines.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your consideration towards all we're doing.
Yeah. Well, you know, you gotta be careful what you illustrate, because it also illustrates the reason why not to depart.
Yeah.
Can I ask the commissioners a question?
Sure.
So when you were walking east-west, I think this is a really nice design. I think the mock-up really didn't do it justice, you know? It was just kind of a flange and it stuck out like that, you know? But, I mean, just out of curiosity, what was the general, and maybe I'll ask you this, Megan, like when you walked west in particular, you know, what was the general sense or your feel of seeing the sign? And, you know, just what was the experience like?
I would throw that discussion back on the commission. I think from the staff's perspective, the concept of a projecting sign seems appropriate at this location.
Yeah.
I didn't have my knee-jerk reaction to it was that it was okay, that it looked okay, you know? I mean, I thought it was actually kind of playful.
But on the
It
other
was
hand,
fun.
what I noticed is that was the only thing you noticed. When you
Right.
looked at Market Square and the uniformity
Yeah.
of everything,
Yeah.
I just saw that sign.
Yeah.
Because the pink, the green, it was
Yeah.
sticking out.
It's
You know,
new.
when you look down Bank Lane, part of the reason for all those signs is so you can see those businesses from
Right,
Market
it's so
Square.
narrow, it's.
Right, I
it's
mean, so it
completely
gives you a
different
little view, so
character.
I can understand that.
Mhm.
And you can't see their frontage from Market
Right.
Square, so
Mhm.
that's identifying their businesses there.
Mhm.
Here, I don't think it's necessary. You have such a big frontage there, and you've just got so much going on. It just kind of detracts from the uniformity of Market Square by having that thing just sticking out there. And maybe it's the color, I don't know. But, you know, no one else has that. And what if we get a bunch of those in Market Square? What's that going to do? Is that going to detract from the architecture and the uniformity of that? I mean, each business can differentiate themselves, you know, in a little bit. You see different signage, but I think this is so different from what's there. So what do you value? Do you value the architecture or do you value the advertising? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think she
Question
has
for
a
you.
logo that
Yeah.
she's going to want to use.
Yeah.
She's going to want to include that cupcake somehow as part of her signage. I don't know that a lot of other businesses, McLaughlin, there aren't a lot that have an icon incorporated in their logo, are there? That need to have.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the test.
So why did you guys think it was appropriate there again, Megan? I mean, what were, give us like the top 3 reasons. I mean,
When we were looking at this request, you know, certainly it's a departure from what is in Market Square
We know
now. The commission's really here to deliberate on those pieces and make a determination on the appropriateness of those pieces. I think in this case, the stone arches in that location of the 2 tower elements really differentiate those 2 storefronts from others in Market Square. The way that the sidewalk wraps around those 2 storefronts is really unique on how you experience that particular store. The balance between the large signage that exists on the opposite side of the square, which wasn't always Williams-Sonoma, you know, it used to say the hardware store's name. That's kind of been there over the years. This sign never really had that. So, you know, finding that balance, I think, is appropriate.
Well, say something.
Sure, Fred, help me out.
Just a couple of comments. I am in agreement with Susan's summary about where the blade signs make sense and where I think they don't. You said it beautifully. Very good point. Secondly, the mock-up, I didn't unfortunately see the mock-up, but I'm seeing the photograph. And for me, it's bringing out a discomfort of the blade sign where it is in a very narrow amount of surround to the arch. In other words, it's just sort of tacked in there. To me, not ever having been anticipated when the arch was designed and not really giving it enough space. And I'm wondering if, just to throw something out, whether if you take that same logo sign or something similar, but made it in the same plane as the wall and located it in the arch, centered in the arch, so that it respects the arch and appears to belong to it. Compositionally, as opposed to projecting and off to the side in a narrow space that is not relating to the arch at all. That's just one thought. The other thought, if there were a sign such as it is, I'm also just wondering if it didn't get a little friendlier. This is not to say that it takes me to approving it or getting excited about it, but if the surround, or that is the fringe around the cupcake, around the pink was in fact green edge, and that doesn't take me to then getting excited. Let's do this, but I'm thinking would help to say that we know we're in Market Square. We didn't bring this from somewhere else and put it there entirely.
Sure.
We have reflected the green in the surround. It would be a strong, I'm not saying go there, it's just a reaction I'm getting when I see this. And I'm seeing it's also alien, even in the colors and everything else.
Sure.
But if there were a sign, I would be inclined to be reserved and conservative, as other blade signs are. But I think it's overridden by the comments we heard earlier about the precedent is a big issue. You know, the business is about fun, and that's great. That's why I like the chairs and tables, that activity that it brings to Market Square, a place for people. I'm in favor of it. So if it could be called clutter, I'd call it positive clutter. That part I'm feeling good about, but I don't think we can make all of Market Square fun. That is, every sign should be fun. And we start one that's this way, and we don't know what the next ones are gonna be like, but now we have a precedent for more things that deviate and express their business, and then you're headed towards Coney Island.
How about the awning, Fred? You want to talk about the awning? Can you talk about the awning a little?
Well, the awning, yeah, I think there's a much more tasteful deviation than some others we saw last year, which is not tasteful and didn't even put in what we approved, unfortunately approved. It got worse when they installed it. This is more tasteful, but I still can't get excited about deviating from the greens that are there, quite frankly. That's one thing. The other thing is that the picture is showing in one depiction, the frame is a simple triangle, and then in the fabrication drawings, it's a more ornate frame. I don't know which one is intended.
It would be the more ornate one. The sign company just didn't have a means to illustrate the
Yeah,
scroll work
and
that's
I
in the
agree. I
triangle.
was puzzled by the fact there was another, just a straight, almost contemporary looking frame, which I don't think would work at all.
Are we in the
I
comment?
I still have another question that I've been waiting to get to. The lettering that you showed us, what is the material?
Is it acrylic?
Has there been thought of using something else, a natural material of some type?
Well, sure.
Okay.
The wood that's there, but this is first choice. The wine is first choice. I'll just walk it up to you. I'm not gonna talk.
All right, now's an opportunity for any public comment, if there is any, and I see none, unless you're braver than I think you are. So we can deliberate, and I think we should start with the awning and talk about the signage and finish with the blade if we could. So,
Awning, signage, blade.
yeah, you want to talk about awnings first? Do we have a kind of a consensus on how we feel about the awning? Jim, you want to tell us about that?
I think so. I mean, I think Susan, I think she spoke nicely about it. I think there's so many possibilities to differentiate this business. First, the location, but I think that makes it important, I think, to be more uniform. So I would like to see it with a darker green and maybe potentially retractable. I think that's actually going to be more functional use, to Susan's point. So I really liked her comments.
So I know
on
that there's
that.
at least two commissioners that feel that way, because I see Susie shaking her head.
Yeah, I feel that way
Three
also. You know,
commissioners shaking
we've
their
gone
head
down
on
this
that. I
road
think
before
Fred-
where
I'm sorry.
where we've
Talking
deviated
about the
and
awning, staying with
And
the
it never
tradition.
works out.
it never works out.
You know, the only other option for that awning, though, is the green and white stripe. I mean, it might be a little bit more whimsical for you. It might work better.
Yeah.
But I think you'd be happier with the retractable.
Yeah.
It's just more useful for you.
You know, in general, I think we're disappointed to see the light green awning on the south side of the Market Square too. And where we have allowed some deviation from awning, it was away from Market Square, and I think it has proved not always to work out well for us. So, all right, so that's kind of our consensus feeling on that. Let's talk about signage just in terms of departure and amounts of types and things like that. Well, first of all, this letter, the idea, the notion behind the painted wood letters was to discourage the plastic look, the electric neon plastic look of other kinds of signage. whether the material itself is plastic and it's painted or it's wooden painted, I'm not sure I care about. It's the kind of the tactile kind of experience of the sign that looks like a painted wood sign, and that's important, I think, that's another consideration that I think is important to maintain through this area. So I wouldn't care if it's made out of wood or plastic necessarily, but I think the painted tactile kind of, that consistency is part of what we're talking about. That's very important to maintain. I don't think we've departed from that anywhere in Market Square. Once in a while, we get some gold letters, I think.
But do you think this achieves it?
No, I don't think
No,
this achieves it. I think you could do, I think you could paint this and it would achieve it.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. I don't
Yeah,
think it matters
okay,
whether it's
good,
wood or
good.
not, but you gotta, I don't think that going to a plastic sign.
I think
Sorry, I
that
didn't mean
would
to
just look
question.
plastic.
Sorry, that's all right. No, I'm just talking out here. So, let's just put it this way. The bar, I think, is higher than it might be perceived to be in Market Square to maintain the standard, right? And so, frankly, I think that Fred is correct where we've allowed for a little bit of slippage here and there. We've not necessarily always been rewarded with good execution, and so the bar is higher than maybe it was even a year ago. On the amount, this is a corner location. I'm inclined to give a little latitude on the amount of signage, whether there's a window sign and a awning sign. I don't have to me, that it's not offensive looking signage. It looks pretty good. I like the comment that make it all 6 inches. That makes sense to me.
Mhm.
But it's not offensive in terms of the amount of it. It wraps the corner, tells you all about the business. Yeah, it's a little bit of an advertising, but let's face it, it's signage. That's the
I
idea.
think maybe one way to achieve to stay within the guidelines is to take off the menu items. And what Mary Ellen has suggested was, instead of putting the menu items out there, put the name on that one window.
Yeah.
Because then you're identifying.
Well,
it.
actually, I
So-
think that one meets the standard, because it's on a separate elevation. It's the north, I guess that would be the south elevation that has the multiple signage, right?
Right.
That's got an awning sign and a window sign. The east sign meets the criteria because it doesn't have an awning sign, it just has a,
But I'm saying that menu stuff is not really necessary for identification purposes, so maybe that's the way they clean it up a little bit and make it look less.
on the,
The
s-
cupcake kinda
on the
says
south
it
side.
all.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
food
yeah, that's
business.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, invites people in for coffee
Yeah,
and espresso and,
Look,
I kind of like I kind of like the menu inclusion, and it, gives, more informational. People may not go, well, it's, I see the name of the place, but, and a cupcake, but I don't know that there's coffee in there, or there's other things in there. I mean, I don't have a lot of problem, with the amount of signage, except from the problems I may have with the hanging sign. But as far as what they're lettering on the awning and lettering, on the windows, and, I think it's, if it stays small, 6 inches, I'm okay with it. And if the business owner prefers that their name not be on that side and have those menu items, who am I to?
And
tell
maybe
her?
if you do take
I'm
away the
gonna-
hanging sign, that wouldn't look so much.
Fred, what'd you have first?
I just want to interject one
I'm sorry?
piece on the descriptive words. The code actually does allow up to 3 descriptive words describing a business. That's part of the permitted language in the code.
Sure.
I think what's being proposed are additional words.
Yeah,
So,
4.
Yeah.
if that helps your deliberation.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we're all in
talk of that.
agreement. I mean, if it's 6 inches, it's tastefully done, and the excess signage seems okay.
But think of precedent, too.
Fred,
so.
what did you?
Well, I'm okay with the lettering that's proposed, the size and the character of it. It reads graphically very, very
Yeah.
well, the
Well-
white letters. I think they need that to announce the business.
Yeah.
And I think it's done very nicely.
Yeah.
Very nice character and so
Yeah.
on. But just, back to the sign again. I'm just reminded of the historical transition, tradition back in Europe when people didn't read. The sign was a picture of what they do there. So if you get tea there, it's a teapot that's hanging, and beverages, it's a mug or something else, because they didn't need lettering because people wouldn't be able to read it anyway. So you recognize what they do by that. So you're close to it if you just had a cupcake, but and a cutout of a cupcake. But except I'm not suggesting that be done.
Well, I think that's part of it. I mean, was there and this could be a question to Laura. I mean, was there, because there is an English feel to it. I mean, the signage, I don't know, I've been to different parts of
Well, the whole square.
England and London, and I mean, is there any inspiration of the sign that was similar to Fred, or that you want to speak towards? That will help us just get the motivation on it?
All right, I was trying to avoid this at all costs. But
Okay.
Please introduce yourself.
No, I feel like you need to speak. It was inspired, yes, from, I did a lot of research into Shaw, and, love his architecture. I love being in the spot in Market Square. I don't want it, my mission is not to put something up that is not fitting with the square. And so that's where it came from. You hit the nail on the head with the teapot and, the English hanging on the bracket and all of that. And I know that my mock-up probably didn't depict that. I couldn't really put an iron bracket up there, and it just looked like this projectile thing sticking out. But I think when you get the bracket up there and it's hanging, there is a charm to that. And, justifying it, I think, came from, Williams-Sonoma on the other side is a bit of a stretch from the standard, and their name in itself is iconic, and they're bringing people in with their name over their arch. Jolly Good Fellows is not going to bring anybody in from the street, so I wanted to put that cupcake up there. So that's where that came from.
Thank you.
And then the iron bracket on the side of my awning was to kind of weigh that out. That's why I had a stationary awning. Was to have the iron bracket there and the iron bracket on the hanging sign. So.
Thank you.
I appreciate what the petitioner said. I just don't know how we can differentiate this sign and keep others from not wanting the same thing, and us, in good faith, not approving it, as long as, it's something similar to what's being proposed.
One thing that would be helpful to me if, and again, I'm not sure this is very helpful to the petitioner, but we have this signage ordinance, we have these standards, and Market Square has, kind of its own place inside of these standards a little bit. And for the landlord to develop kind of what the do's and don'ts or the rules of the road for these deviations would be, going forward would be helpful. So if someone were to say, hey, yeah, this is where we see signage going, it's a modern world, we want to do this, and make a case, but a comprehensive case that, we think that could be followed by everybody and would not negatively impact the experience of shopping in Market Square, I'd feel more comfortable about that. And I'm not talking about, light up multicolor, flashing signs. I'm talking about, where would you allow a blade sign to be used? What's a good spot for that? Does that happen only on the corners? Does that happen only in certain areas? Where would you allow, a variation in signage and maybe they will never do that, and so that's why we exist, to process that stuff, right? But it would make it easier to process that stuff if we knew that, it wasn't a limited dose of some experience. Even if you would take this blade sign and you would reduce it to a muffin that's cut out of a black piece of wrought iron, and it's a black muffin and it's hanging in Market Square. Think of the Apple logo. It's not a wall of information, it's an apple. That's on purpose, because people don't want a wall of information, they just react to an icon, right? So they've created an iconic image, Nike swoosh, that's what marketing's all about. If it was a single image, would it be any better? It's still a deviation, I don't know, just trying to.
I'm not sure it would be any better, where you see signs on Bank Lane, you're talking about a narrow street, which, it's hard to identify the businesses as you're driving by without those signs. And on the corner, the argument could be made that, it's less necessary on the corner because there's two facing facades, rather than, in the middle of the Market Square where, you only have one facing facade, and so the store needs, the blade sign to be better identified. You could make that argument. I just think we really set a precedent here that we really can't differentiate, substantially in order to, to give us the leeway to deny, other requests in the future.
Well, these
So-
plastic letters set a precedent too. I don't see
Well, let's talk
plastic
about that. I
letters
mean,
like
does
this
anybody really,
anywhere else.
well, if we were to stipulate, well, let's ask the petitioner, actually. You know, if we were to stipulate that the letters were painted, would you care whether they're cut out of plastic or wood? Or once they're painted, they're painted, so, okay.
First choice is that they be the acrylic for not having to repaint and repaint.
I understand.
And, but the fallback position would be to, match
Just do
the
wood.
other wood. And we would do that rather easily. I would just like you to think for the future, if you look at those, I mean, stylistically, what are those letters? I mean, they really are not quite the quality. They're kind of a weak link of the signage in
Yeah, but I
Market
think
Square.
that it's part of the tactile, you know what I'm saying by that is that it doesn't look flashy. It actually discourages all of this, this wall of letters because it's easier to execute in kind of simple block letters and stuff, so.
Well, I think if you look at the stylistic, and, it looks like those letters were bought at a craft store, not, carefully made around Market Square. It's there, I'm not gonna try to tackle that bigger
Yeah.
issue. We're just talking about whether it's vinyl or wood.
Right.
We would back into wood, and to try to help you along in the interest of time here, if the hanging sign is a real super challenge to get that, I mean, if we could push that into maybe its own meeting or subcommittee or any other simple way to address it, if we could simply gather an opinion of whether you'd be in support or not without closing the door on it tonight, and then moving on to the other things, like, the awning. I'm hearing green with white stripes, and I'm hearing retractable. I'm hearing that all the signage is allowed except for wood, and the vinyl 4, even though it's 5 words, are seemingly agreeable. Does that sound about right?
I think we're near a motion on those items, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you'd prefer that we act on those items, and probably, I think we are either gonna approve a motion or not, so on the other one, we would probably just, we wouldn't condition, we would just not allow it.
That's what I'm trying to prevent, Kurt.
Well,
Right there.
I'll ask staff for some help on that. Either way, it would come back to us. There's a
Correct.
separate petition probably, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So that's fine.
You could do either,
Yeah,
either
we would
motion.
probably just say no and say if you want that to come back with a separate petition. Yeah.
It wouldn't prevent you from bringing that back at a later time.
Okay, that's what
With-
I would be concerned
No,
about.
no.
is
With,
that,
with a, different petition.
Yeah.
So it's not like a lawsuit where you're dismissed with prejudice.
There's no
Or
double
we can't
jeopardy.
bring the same issue back for 2 years or something like that, because Laura feels it's important to her business plan to generate that. And, what you wouldn't want to do is build it and say she's 3 weeks or 3 months into it, she comes back and just brings
Well, let me
us
ask you
something.
if that's the case. Is the staff willing to continue to entertain a separate petition for that hanging sign if we rule on this and deny it now? Or is that the case?
Is that a
you
thing
can't?
where we can't come back without substantial change within a period of time?
I think it'd be important that you express your thoughts on the signage.
Yeah.
It sounds like there might be modification to the awning, to the material, enough that might warrant just a continuation of the request to allow them to rethink the signage plan that's being presented.
Is that helpful?
That is helpful.
Okay.
And we do believe there's enough time between now and the time she has to open the doors to visit you again if we had to.
Well, let's do that. I think that makes it easier on all of us. So I would entertain a motion to continue, but let's give them solid. So you want to just run through it real quick
Well,
on your?
I think it sounds like you need more solid direction on the blade sign, right? I mean, I think that's.
Thank you.
That's kind of, can you thread the needle to get approval with some changes, or is that not going to happen? So I'll give you my point of view. The glimmer of hope in my world is what Fred has suggested, that blade sign becomes more kind of resident to Market Square from a color scheme perspective, and is more kind of Lake Forest centric in that scheme. I'm not going to design it around the colors or a green edge or that kind of thing. That could be a reduction of the number of colors. If that's the corporate logo and it's on T-shirts and other things, then it is, and if you say there's just no degrees of freedom there, then I understand that. I think for me, that would make it a little bit easier to get my head around. It still would set a precedent, but at least it's a precedent that we sharpen the saw on the requirements and in terms of the colors and the number and the scheme and the compatibility. And, there's going to be a couple more hoops through that to get me entertaining it, because I am sensitive, even though this is just around the architectural dimensions and the uniqueness of the space, of the need to brand and to, we want this business to be successful. I mean, we all do. And I hope you saw gummy bears and all that kind of stuff. So, I guess that's, so you can kind of see and maybe read between the tea leaves on where I would be on that issue if you came back. I mean, hopefully that was helpful.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, just so you know where I'm coming from, I have a hard time thinking of any way I would approve a petition, even changing softening the colors. I think it sets too great of a precedent, having that sign in there. I don't want to say I'd never do it because, I don't know what the petition is that will come before me, but, I can't give you a lot of guidelines that if you change this or change that, then, it'd be something that I'd be more likely to consider. So, I just want to put that out there for you. As far as the other elements, just quickly while I'm talking, I do think the Lake Forest or darker Kelly green or the green and white stripe awning is more appropriate. I think, the lettering, the raised lettering should be painted wood rather than this acrylic. And I have no problem with the amount of signage and the size at 6 inches and the font and stuff that you're proposing in the other elements. I think those are all something I would.
Plate glass signage, you're okay with that too?
Yeah, yeah.
And so signage on the awning, signage on the plate glass, signage on the fascia, or frieze.
Yeah, as long as that's, wood or natural material that's painted rather than the acrylic, I'm good with that, so that's.
Susie?
I don't think that I'm really, I know I'm not in favor of the blade sign. I just think it's too much of a departure for Market Square, and it would really set a bad precedent there. I did have one idea. Now that you have, I don't know if this opens up another can of worms, but I'm just going to say it. How you have the paper up there right now, and you have that logo in the middle of the window? Mm-hmm. That's really visible. So I don't know if you considered putting the window decal of the cupcake in the window. Because
that's not allowed either, right?
No. Okay, I forget I said it, but I just thought it was, I think that's more visible than the blade sign, so that's what I was saying.
Well, they could certainly put something in the window that was set back.
Sure. Oh, yeah, like a hanging sign.
Yep.
Maybe. Ooh,
they could
there
put
you go.
that hanging sign in.
Because actually at the level that was, when I'm driving by, my kids all saw it, that was more than having a sign way up there, where when you step back, it really detracted from Market Square. So if you're looking to, identify your business, and there's your logo on the window, maybe that's what you do, hang it in there.
I appreciate the help, and I appreciate Fred's help too. I think, in speaking architect, it's kind of the geometry and how to fit it in. William Sonoma used the arch above. Mm-hmm. It kind of hides some of the coins of the limestone, and boo-hoo about that. But I understand exactly what you're talking about, and I'll spend some time with Laura working. We'll see if there aren't some alternatives. But what I'm hearing in terms of the blade sign, I just want to kind of get to the end here, is that the precedent is, overcoming a precedent, establishing sign is the real challenge here, right? And, it's somewhat about the colors, and
I think it's more than the precedent. It's that if you start allowing this, you have to be willing to live with it in replication. So, what's so extraordinary about this location and this business that would allow us to do it? And if we allowed it to happen, how would it be pulled off in a manner that we would want to continue to see again and again and again? And we're not seeing an really compelling reason for this location of this corner building to add to the signage, that's allowed. Intuitively, I say, that Ellawa Farm sign with the black cutouts of the kids having fun. That's really playful. It's kind of a fun sign. I could see that, kind of that kind of nature of that sign. So a black muffin hanging on a thing, I kind of go, oh, that'd be cool. I kind of like that. But do you want 20 of those? And I don't know, it's really hard to, it's like, and then what sign is really important to you? Is it that sign's more important than some other sign? I think that, we just.
So again and again and again, you land on the precedent.
Yeah.
It isn't the style of the sign, regardless for the amount of the design or the quality of design that you put into it. It's that it's established the precedent. Now, on the
and if you were
seating-
making the case that you were getting rid of all of the other signage and this is the sign, this is, that would be what Nike would do. They would say, we don't have any other signs. We got the swoosh, and that's it. That's all we want. We want to open a Nike store here, but we're not doing it unless we get our swoosh. And then that would be a different kind of decision point, right? Because it's not a wall of signage anymore. It's, this is the sign. We're doing this instead of everything else. Is this acceptable, Mr. Lake Forest? And it's so simple and it's so one monochromatic and it might actually work, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, it's not and all the rest of it.
It's not a fair fight. I mean, you're talking about mom and pop businesses versus, giant corporations and
No, it's
branding.
not about the
and,
corporation.
this is a
It's
startup.
it's not about that at all.
These guys
It's-
want to get going, so do I, but the outdoor seating, can we approve the points that we agree on? I mean, if
I don't
we were
think
to say.
I don't think we want to
And then we
process
could
this
pull out
in part, no, yeah.
All right, we'd
And
like
I
to
think
continue.
we've heard a lot of good input.
Yeah.
I have a lot of notes, so we can continue to work with the petitioner to bring something back that responds to the commission.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to continue, there you go, that's the one, if there's one.
I'd move to continue the petition.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Ransom and seconded by Commissioner Treschlack. I heard him. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So that's continued. I hope that's good input for you.
It is.
We absolutely have one more, and we have a hard stop tonight, so we were going to go right into it. We have a final consideration for request for certificate of appropriateness for, City of Lake Forest entrance signage to replace existing signage. I hate it when they put all the signage in one night. So come on up and introduce yourself, and I'll ask if anybody has a conflict on the City of Lake Forest.
I live here.
Thank goodness we don't.
No.
Remember one night we had all dormers, and now tonight we
Yeah,
have
right,
all signs?
right. I think I prefer the gables to the dormers, or whatever they are.
Yeah, there's lots.
Wait, what is he doing? Hey.
He's presenting.
No, why is he coming onto our side?
Oh, he's giving us something.
I know, I love the pictures of them in the packet. Wow.
Hi, Guy, nice to see you. We could have used you tonight.
Yeah, we could have used you guys.
Yeah, we got it.
This reminds me why I get this signed.
I'm telling you.
More material.
Sorry.
Good.
Oh, thank you. I like yours. I like the big print.
I think it's pretty.
I noticed right off that this is not multicolored.
12 shades of black.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, we can't get on TV if we put that somewhere. No fans.
Why is this so familiar looking? Is there a sign that's like this in town
Well, we have some of the elements, there it is.
Yep.
I remember when I came here. That was a fun site.
Well, I'll just say good evening. Thank you for hearing our petition. I'm Diana Mellicar, Mellicar Architects, and this is Guy Berg, also Mellicar Architects. I know most of you know him. I have a lot to cover tonight, so I'm going to read a lot of material, but I swear I'll be done within 11 minutes, maybe 10. Before I present the new designs and supporting graphic documentation, I would like to summarize the evolution of our design process for our community's entrance signage. Last autumn, the City of Lake Forest asked Melakar Architects to examine and evaluate our city's existing signage. It is the city's concern that our entry signage needs to better communicate the true character of Lake Forest as one of the most unique communities in the country. Here is a list of the areas we chose to evaluate and research on the city's behalf in an effort to improve upon the current signage. Effectiveness of expressing community character, sign aesthetics with particular attention given to understanding the psychological effects of signage design configurations, graphic quality of the current city logo, text legibility, lettering font and format, overall signage size, shape, and height. To facilitate these evaluations, we reviewed both existing and historic precedents within our community context and the surrounding North Shore environs. This image displays familiar scenes in Lake Forest. When comparing the current city's entry sign shown in the center of the display with our town's iconography surrounding the image, the city signage looks detached from the stylistic references, material similarity, and the exceptional design standards of Lake Forest. The existing entry signage lacks a dialogue with our town character and requires substantial visual improvement. These three images illustrate a lack of character that our present signage conveys at our town entry points. The existing entry sign appears anonymous and fades into obscurity due to its strong resemblance to the many traffic signs that exist along our city streets. The sign's round shape and dimension appear to match many of these traffic signs. The current entry signs are too low, competing and oftentimes overlapping with the traffic signs that physically obscure motorists' line of sight. The current signboard graphics and text lack elegance and appear generic. The black metal signpost and arm disappear into the landscape, lessening the visual impact of the overall signage. The bare metal square posts lack definition and articulation. They contrast with Lake Forest's contextual traditional design references, such as our historic gas lamps. This display of familiar entry sign images shows the range of signage that typifies our Lake Forest community. For your reference, the city's existing entry sign is shown at the bottom center. Three signs that have sophistication and elegance and evoke characteristics compatible with our Lake Forest legacy are those at Elowa Farm, shown at the top left, the Elmwensia Club, shown at the bottom right, and the Knollwood Club, shown at the top right. These signs have a familiar, comfortable feel to our residents and convey a grounded sense of history with our community. By contrast, more recent commercial signage types occur at a much lower viewing height, and they default to either a double post or a base plinth because of that lower height. The multiple post and monument signage types are effective as advertising tools since they exhibit a certain mass and bulk. However, they compromise the sense of freedom of passage along the public way. Further, their appearance is less elegant than the post and arms signs that I previously mentioned. Our research also included a survey of various signage types in other North Shore communities. Numerous configurations of single and double post, as well as high and low signboards are employed. Some signs in this grouping have little reference to their North Shore legacy, such as the Winnetka, Highland Park, and Lincolnshire signs shown at the top and left. These signs favor generic boilerplate solutions produced by sign companies rather than displaying specific and unique traits of those particular communities. Conversely, the more traditional signboard in Glencoe, shown at the bottom right, exhibits a charming pedigree and correctly communicates the image of Glencoe as a delicate, respectable enclave along the North Shore. Also, our research revealed the black on white signboard is most visible for motorists while conveying a clean, crisp, and pure image of the community. In our North Shore signage survey, we also took note of signage heights and their psychological effects on passersby. The signage image in the lower left corner of this image is of the private subdivision of South Deer Park in Highland Park. It has a 13-foot high signboard arm height. While the South Deer Park signage is very appropriate for its setting, the very high signboard discourages entry by unacquainted and uninvited members of the general public. This quiet, exclusive residential private road does not have a gate to discourage non-residents from entering, but it achieves a similar intimidating effect with the imposing signage height. I will now present our proposed entry signage design and the components that define that signage. The proposed sign design is shown in the center image. From our analysis of existing signage types, the single vertical post and horizontal arm configuration is most successful in conveying the elegance and distinction of our community. The proposed sign's stylistic vocabulary is based on historic precedent and conveys more recognizable sign sensibilities in Lake Forest. The proposed signage design makes reference to the elegant Stanley Anderson designed entry sign for Lake Forest High School, as shown in the lower left image. In our proposed signage design, varying degrees of design treatment, including post chamfering, iron scrollwork, and detailed post and arm terminations, create a compatible sense of scale and respect natural and human-based design principles. We were further inspired by the original Stanley Anderson study for hand lettering of the historic Lake Forest High School sign, as shown in the lower right corner. We derived the proposed City of Lake Forest entry signage font from the Stanley Anderson handwritten script. This script is singularly unique and distinguishes our community as special. We also evaluated in depth other commercially available font styles, with a few of the preferred options shown in the upper right-hand corner. However, we rejected these fonts as generic and more appropriate for printed materials than for signage. The signboard shape, with its top and bottom double OG curves, is distinctive, clean-lined, and eye-catching. This shape defers to the historic lines of Howard Van Doren Shaw's building signage in Market Square, as well as the city's new wayfinding signage located there. This image shows our study for our city logo refinement. The current city logo references the heritage tree in a tripartite composition. Maintaining this symbolic representation and powerful iconographic image is most desirable. To strengthen its visual representation on the signboard, we rendered it monochromatically and harmonized it with the black hand lettering. This graphic technique has been relied upon by printmakers and artisans through the ages and imbues our logo with an individual handcrafted quality associated with hand-rendered etchings and the lettering below it. We believe this is an improvement over the more trendy, multicolored letterhead currently on the existing entry sign. The multicolored format is more appropriate to city publication materials and circulating documentation. For comparison, we refer back to the successful Glencoe signage shown on the left, which indicates this graphic monochromatic technique as well. This image shows the proposed city entry sign is shown in the top center, compared with the local signage examples on either side. Note on the left, it's the second one from the left there, the 13-foot high signboard arm of the Amwencia Club's gateless entry. As previously mentioned about Highland Park's South Deer Park signage, the overly scaled tall signage subliminally communicates a private admission requirement. For our proposed more moderately sized City of Lake Forest signage, we utilize a 10-foot 6-inch arm height and a medium-sized signboard. This height and signboard sizing are considerably taller and larger than traffic signage and the city's existing entry signage. Yet the proposed signage design openly welcomes visitors to our community. The lower image shows the proposed signage in the context of a typical Lake Forest street condition. The image includes scale-defining elements of vehicles and sidewalk pedestrians for your reference in our scale comparisons. This image shows a more detailed development of the signage design. The proposed sign shall have white painted wood structural members, a black painted wrought iron scroll bracket, black metal hanging rods, and a hanging white painted wood signboard with black incised letters. These signboards are typically free hanging and are allowed to hinge in the wind. They are, however, quite stable due to their weight. Details in the top right include a slender yet character-defining trim on the signboard perimeter, an egg-shaped post finial, articulated arm terminations, and chamfered post treatments. The appropriate species of wood, millwork construction details, techniques for the hanging of the signboard, and foundation details for construction are yet to be resolved. In the course of our construction documentation work, we will address those issues in addition to addressing signage durability and maintenance for longevity of the sign construction. During our development of the proposed signage design, we fabricated a full-size foam core signage mock-up to better understand the effects of the signboard's size, height, lettering, and logo. This image illustrates the new sign's successful departure from the city's existing sign. The new signboard's distinctive contour shape sharply contrasts with the bullseye traffic light shape of the city's existing entry signboard. This map indicates the proposed locations for the city entry signs. All major city incursion points are included, similar to the existing signage locations. There is an amazing diversity of environment in our community that straddles from the eastern lakeshore forest westward to the outlying prairie. In addition, there are a variety of roadway types from the tree-lined canopied Green Bay Road to the 8 to 10 lane tollway interchange at Route 60. We considered these varied conditions when designing the proposed signage. We determined that a single, distinctive, and elegant design could successfully convey our community's image in many contexts. At this time, we suggest that at least 3 new signs are erected at key locations, as shown by the large dots. We propose locations that are most visible to residents of Lake Forest and for wayfinding by visitors. They are the north end of Green Bay Road traveling southward, the Old Elm Road and Route 41 interchange, and at Route 60 traveling eastward from the tollway. Over time, the balance of the existing entry signage should be replaced. Eventually, the proposed city entry sign would be the most numerous of our community signage designs, and it would be the first such image observed by motorists upon entering the town. The city signage would thus acquire a hierarchy and distinction over the other singular and therefore subordinate private signage types. And finally, here are some photo comparisons at our city entry points. These 2 images depict entry from Lake Bluff moving south on Green Bay Road, captured from a passenger seat in an automobile. On the left is the existing entry sign, and on the right is the proposed signage. The new signage is more visible without sacrificing the subtle charm and appropriateness needed along the Lake Forest arterial way. It should be noted that our photo montage showing the proposed signage is taken in the context of the current scrubby landscaping. We envision the proper landscape context for the proposed entry signage should consist of a low-lying ground cover, so the post proportion is not diminished. The ground cover should also be simple in form, texture, and color, taking cues from adjacent landscape. The goal is to attract visual attention to the signage rather than the post base around it. Therefore, bright planting beds of flowers or tall natural grasses, for example, would be inappropriate plantings for the signage context. The image on the left shows the existing Route 60 city entry sign just east of the tollway intersection. It shows the present roadway condition and the existing sign's lack of visual impact. The conceptual sketch on the right shows the improved effect achieved with the new sign design. It is more unique and conveys our community's distinct character. This signage improvement allows the entry sign to attain a respectable prominence among the vastness of the dehumanizing highway interchange. At the same time, it establishes a viable residential community point of entry for our city of Lake Forest. And lastly, shown here is the unobstructed and rural entry sign location at the southern end of Waukegan Road. The proposed image shows how the new sign also helps frame a mental image of passage into a peaceful, bucolic, and orderly residential area that coexists with nature and the built environment. In conclusion, we respectfully submit this proposed city entry sign design to the Commission, as well as the City of Lake Forest at large for review and comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kathy, is there a staff report?
Not much. Just want to thank the city's consultants for sitting here all evening, and then I will just note that you do have a staff report. There is a recommendation in support of the signs, and there are 4 recommended conditions of approval. I would be happy to answer any other questions that you have.
Can't help notice that there's a proposed and alternate tacked at the back of our presentation, and I just guess I'd ask for a little color on that.
I can provide the background on that.
Thank you.
The city charter refers to the city as the City of Lake Forest. In many of the official city documents, the city is referred to as the City of Lake Forest. We did talk with the city attorney. There is no legal obligation to use the. We did talk with our consultants, and I don't want to speak for our consultants, but the recommendation from them is that it is just City of Lake Forest, and that even on the existing signs, although the City of Lake Forest is used, the is very small. So the background is that we were specifically asked to have the Historic Preservation Commission weigh in because that may be a sensitive issue to some people, and we want to be able to blame it on you. And
So the alternate, the question is to thee or not to thee?
correct.
That is the question.
That is the question.
And I would like to give a little background on that too, just so you know.
That's just too good to know.
When we started out on this design of the signage, we didn't know that the was even part of the equation. And it hadn't even, it wasn't something that we would have included in there in terms of cleanliness of the sign and visual impact as somebody enters the city. But also, if you look at the alternate, which was done much later in any kind of thought process, what happens with the logo, the way we have it now, is the logo and City of Lake Forest all work together as a composition. When you take and you add in the into the City of Lake Forest, suddenly you get a composition where the city and Lake Forest become a triple grouping, and the logo becomes sort of another object that's kind of thrown off, cast off, to the side. So it doesn't work nearly as well.
Fred?
Yeah, I agree 100% with what you're saying, Diane. And I wonder if this can't be a lawyer question. When lawyers sue people, they put in AKAs, also known as, and they put all the listings, including nicknames they might have been known by. So couldn't this be dealt with by the lawyers to say anytime you see City of Lake Forest, it's also known as the City of Lake
We've
Forest?
already posed the question to the city attorney, and there is no legal requirement, there's no obligation. What's proposed here is appropriately correct, and it's simply a choice.
Cool. So one other question, Diane. I noticed that in this final rendition, you've departed just ever so slightly from the hand-drawn one two slides earlier. If you go back 2 slides earlier, there, Forest Guy. There you go, right there. See that little iron bracket where you've got a little curly Q going? It's a little freer expression, almost matches the writing. And you studied that and you changed it. Why did you do that?
We did. If you go to the next one, well, a couple things. In our earlier renditions, the lettering was actually a little thinner too. So we fattened up the lettering, and that was for visual purposes. As we made a mock-up signboard of this, and we actually went out, but we didn't have the time to go and start changing it on all of the images that you see there. But also, when we started refining it on the computer and actually drawing it up, we liked the second design better.
Perfect.
We extended it out a little bit more, and we felt as though it graphically worked better. We also think structurally it'll work better.
Okay.
Is the sign going to be mounted, I guess, kind of pretty durably? I'm just thinking back to my high school and college years when that sign would look pretty nice in the dorm. And I'm just wondering if they're so nice, right? That you just wonder at you know, in the middle of the night around this time, there's 12 of them in remote locations. I'm just wondering how sturdy they are and secure.
We'll know where to look.
Yeah, I'm out of college. I'm out of college. I can't guarantee my son, though. I can't guarantee my son.
You know, that's a really good question.
Yeah.
I obviously I can't answer that. What I can say is that if you compare all the signs that are up there on the top image, none of those have been taken except the Lake Forest High School sign.
It's a high school thing.
Yeah, interesting. So it's like a pranky kind
So I don't know, but you know, obviously nobody's taken on Wednesday or Knollwood or any of those other ones, Lake
Yeah.
Forest Academy.
Not yet.
I don't know, maybe they're just,
Suggested.
well, we won't go into a whole debate.
Well, there's
Lake
only
Forest
one of them,
Academy
and there's a
versus
security
LFHS.
guard close. You know what I mean?
We're gonna put a chip.
I like that idea.
That's a good idea.
smart.
Oh, I have one quick question, too. What's on the back of the sign?
Right now, it would just be a plain
Just white?
signboard, because we felt as though it should be where you're entering the city,
Mhm.
not when you're leaving.
Right.
And we thought it was too hokey to say, thanks for visiting, or something like that, you know, like they do in
Y'all come back.
places in Minnesota or wherever.
Any other, Fred? You got
Motion to approve as presented.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Moyer. Do I have a
What
second?
about the recommendations in the city?
Well, I think we did recommendations, did we? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
No,
let's take a look.
yeah, he says as submitted, which
Let's
is
take a
Oh,
look.
as submitted?
of the four.
Okay, with
As
the
submitted.
four recommendations, okay.
All right, so any further comment?
Can I just ask one
Sure,
question?
go ahead.
I'm
Why not?
sorry.
Yeah.
And this is about the logo, the tree. Yeah, as I was looking at this, it just occurred to me that driving by in a car, it's just going to look like, you know, a Rorschach blot or something. Just
I think
the detail
that-
is very hard to take.
Yeah, it's hard too to do it in that graphic representation because it's a blow up and it's done on foam core. But all of that should be incised, and so what we were planning on doing is having on the tree in particular more shades of gray and then the black, so it's not going to look like it's, you know, a
But you
mushroom
didn't
cloud or
consider just
something.
going totally Stanley Anderson and just having City of Lake Forest 1861 on it?
Well, we did, but we actually looked at, what I didn't say is that we looked at signage actually all around the world, as well as, we looked at places like Newport, Rhode Island, and Salem, Massachusetts. I mean, we looked at a lot of different things, and we felt as though having that city logo was something that gave us some more distinction, and it wasn't just a sign up there with just name.
Thank you.
So-
It gives it kind of a woodcut or engraving plate look as well, with kind of a graphic quality that combines with lettering, and I think that becomes pictorial. We were rather taken with the Glencoe sign, which you can see up in the left hand. They do it not only for their village sign, but they also do it to mark some trails. And as sort of a combination of text and picture, I think it has kind of a nice balance. It
We're
creates
not
kind
in
of a
favor of that.
familiar composition. I think that works nicely.
We're
rather
not
than
in love
just
with their lettering, though, if you see that, it's
Sure.
just, you know, stock lettering.
Crowded up against the top a little. So it's a really nice effort, a nice looking sign, and so I didn't mean to short shrift that by making you sit here for 4 hours and then just approving it unceremoniously. It's very well done, and it's a credit to the design and the effort that went behind putting together the presentation that it's just easy to approve. So take that home and thank you for that. But I will accept or take that motion if someone wants to make it now.
I move that we approve the petition as presented with the 4 recommendations from staff.
All right, so the motion's been made by Commissioner Atkinson.
Meaning we don't include the, right?
Meaning we don't include the.
Right.
Seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner Preschlack. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? I see none, so that passes. Thank you for your patience
Thank you.
tonight, and thanks for a nice looking sign. Guys, good to see you again. I have to ask if there's any other information from the staff, and I see none, so I'll look for a motion to adjourn.
I'd move to adjourn.
Motion's been made by
don't
Commissioner
know.
Ransom. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Travers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, and good night.
Thank you.